the CAF Conference, the New Economy and the Future of Latin American SMEs. I am Dulce Vasquez, and I will be hosting this second day of lectures. During the first panel of the day, we will talk about digital transformation. Then we will have entrepreneurs in order to learn about some cases of success. In the third panel of the day, we will receive the Ministry of Economy of Mexico, Graciela Marquez, and then we'll have a conversation about public policies that are necessary in order to encourage the development of SMEs towards a new economy. Please share your opinions on our social networks using hashtag CAFPymes and follow us at Agenda CAF on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. We are broadcasting in English, Portuguese, and Spanish on our website, caf.com, and also our LinkedIn and YouTube channels. We thank El País and El Economista, our media partners. Right now we are going to start the first panel of the day, Accelerating Digital Transformation for SMEs. And now I will give the floor to Luis Miguel González, Director at El Economista. Thank you, Dulce. And welcome to this panel, Accelerating Digital Transformation of SMEs. Allow me to introduce my panelist, Mónica Aspe Bernal, CEO at ATT Mexico. It is a great pleasure to be here, and thank you for the invitation. Enoc Castellanos, President of Canacintra. Welcome, Enoc. Thank you. Silvia Constein, Vice President of Government Relations for Latin America and the Caribbean at Visa. Santiago Pinzon, Vice President of Digital Transformation at Andy in Colombia. Thank you very much for the invitation. And Ernesto Kruger, founder of Kruger Corporation. Thank you very much for the invitation. You're like in a cockpit. Yes, more or less. I don't know where I am, but I am orbiting the Earth. Well, that's something very exotic. Well, we have 1 hour in order to talk about the acceleration of digital transformation. Allow me to start with Enoc Castellanos. What is the meaning of digital transformation? What is it accelerating digital transformation? Welcome, Enoc. Go ahead. Thank you very much for the invitation. On behalf of Mexican entrepreneurs, I want to thank you for the invitation. What is the meaning of transforming SMEs? It is going from a low digital state towards a more competitive and productive stage. It is a new production paradigm. And now allow me to talk about the SME characteristics in Latin America. They don't have a very well-organized structure, and they are not very specialized in digital aspects. So our challenge is to be more inclusive. And later on, we need to adapt or adopt the digital waves that are creating a success for big companies. Enoc, how many SMEs do we have in Mexico, and how many of them are already digital? In Mexico, SMEs represent 92.8% of companies, including formal and informal. So we are talking about 6 million companies out of the total that we have in Mexico. And there are many differences. Micro companies include less than 10 workers. The owner is the chef d'orchestre, and they don't have IT departments, they don't have a structure for human resources, for instance. And this has to change. Micro companies should become small and small-medium companies. and so on. This is the entrepreneurship environment in Mexico. Formal companies have had to adapt the use of a computer because this is what fiscal authorities require. But not many of them continue with the next stage, that is to say, digital innovation or digital marketing, big data, blockchain, and all these tools and platforms that we have now available. Thank you, Enoch. Monica Aspe, at AT&T, you work in the business of bringing companies into the digital world. You have been doing these for a long time also from the perspective of the government. Why is it so difficult bringing SMEs into the digital world? Why is it very difficult to accelerate this digital transformation amongst SMEs? Or maybe it is not difficult. Please tell us about your experience. Well, Enoch has already mentioned it. In the case of Mexico, the SMEs represent 99.8% of companies. Most of our companies are SMEs. And the recovery is going to be fundamental for the economic recovery of Mexico. Employment goes through the SMEs. The economic activity goes through the SMEs, so it has to be a priority. What do we have to do in order to promote this recovery? Well, one of the important aspects is the digital transformations of SMEs. It was already a priority before the pandemic. There was a difficult condition for SMEs. They had many challenges that have been arising in different economies. And with different digital transformation capabilities, their central processes do not include many IT elements. Now they have to adapt not only this process but also the products. It was like this because they don't have the IT equipment, for instance. And there are many limitations in terms of capacities and human sources. And now we have the pandemic. The situation is worse because they don't have planning offices. They don't have a way of modifying their business plan in a very quick fashion. So they are trying to survive. They are very small, so they have to plan, they have to work, they have to do everything themselves. So this is a central key in the digital transformation of SMEs in order to recover the economy. At AT&T, this is a subject very close to our core. And this is something that we are emphasizing right now. All these technologies are connected technologies. The fundamental technology is telecommunications. Telecommunications provides the interconnectivity in order to have access to other technologies that have an impact on the competitiveness of companies. It has to do with basic connectivity, teleconferencing. It used to be a thing of big companies, and now every organization or every individual wishing to be competitive needs to have teleconferencing. Also, the Internet of Things and the sensors to locate merchandise in a remote fashion. Our LT and LTM networks in order to connect things. These elements are fundamental for a more efficient operation, a more resilient operation. Thank you, Monica. Sylvia Constain. In the case of Visa, one of the big concerns is the adoption of payment methods. What is your vision when it comes to the digital transformation of SMEs? How can we accelerate this transformation and where can we find the bottlenecks? Well, I have to say that it is a great pleasure for me to be here. At Visa, before the pandemic, we already had a relationship with this technology to increase the number of businesses accepting these type of payments. And this is also very important because of health reasons. It is better to have a digital form of payment than using notes and coins. We already have an operation center and we work with SMEs. And right now we are doubling our efforts. We want SMEs to face the situation and we want them to find new markets by means of e-commerce. E-commerce has to grow, and in order to grow, we need to be able to receive and make payments in a digital way. And this is something that has been very important right now in the middle of the crisis. We have had an opportunity, so all the Latin American populations look into a deeper digital transformation. At the Visa, we want to reach 4 million SMEs in the region. We have training programs, and these programs are very important. It is not only about teaching them about how to transform, it is also about teaching them how they can take digital payments, how to go into contactless or receive payments on their website and different services. And this is something that we can see in this panel. At Visa, we have been refocusing all the efforts in order to make sure that SMEs survive the pandemic and grow and multiply during the pandemic. Because everyone is collaborating during the crisis, because we all have a common objective to promote the SMEs, because they create jobs and they create value for the economy, and they need to create more products. And we also have the fintech sector that is generating solutions specifically for the SMEs, and this improves the use. Now they have products that are easier to use from the perspective of the user. Please help us to have a better idea. What is the percentage of SMEs, MSMEs, that are actually participating with digital payment methods? What has changed throughout the pandemic? Well, the acceleration is here because it was unnecessary. Business owners realized that they needed to take a step forward towards digitalization, especially from the perspective of payments. For a business, it is very important to be able to accept the payment for a product. That was the first point, and I want to highlight something. When a businessman enters into the world of digital payments, well, this is a window towards digital transformation in a more general way. So the first thing is, how can I receive payments in a digital fashion? This is an additional window in order to have access to the comprehensive digital transformation of an SME. This is a great opportunity, and allow me to say something. Right now, the public and private sectors need to work hand in hand. Santiago Pinzon from the Association of Businessmen of Colombia, Andy. Silvia was talking about the collaboration of government and private sectors. You have worked as an official. Right now, you work for a professional association. Please tell us, what is the situation in Colombia regarding these digital transformation of SMEs? Most of our panelists, Enoch, Monica, Silvia, they have highlighted the pandemic. What was the situation before the pandemic? What is it like now? What about the collaboration of the public and private sectors? Well, thank you very much for the invitation. I think this is a very good space in order to have this conversation with my colleagues. Well, a number of things in Colombia. We have a half full glass. We have a collaboration between the government and some municipal governments. And our decision at Andy, because we represent more than 4,000 companies, 5% of the GDP. We have different sizes, including SMEs. So we are trying to collaborate amongst ecosystems within Colombia and in Latin America. In terms of these relationships between the private and public is very important because this result in public policies. Over the last couple of years, we have developed different digital public policies. We have worked in order to promote the topic of connectivity. This is something very important, regardless of the size of the economy. People need to be part of internet. As Silvia was mentioning, e-commerce is very important, and also how appropriate the technology is being used, especially emerging technologies. So the participation between the two sectors has been strengthened, and there is a strategy at a national level. We have a counselor, Héctor Muñoz, and right now, we are not only transforming the ITC sector, but other sectors, and we are also transforming companies regardless of their size. And this implies talent, skills, culture, technology, obviously, but leadership as well. And the leadership is going to be very important in order to change the mindset of companies. I have seen real things in the country, for instance, the electric restructuring. We have new tools, and these are some tools that will be used in artificial intelligence. And because of this, SMEs can be more competitive. They can have access to more capital. They can work with new products and services. And this digitalization process is evident. Some companies have made progress in terms of digitalization, but the digitalization challenge is bigger. It is not only about new technologies, it is also about developing a new DNA. In the case of Colombia, we are now part of the OECD. This has increased the benchmark when it comes to the development of capacities. The digital transformation is not a process. This is a continuous process because we cannot say that we have achieved something and that's it. No, we have to have systematic measures. That's why we need regulation, and the relationship between private and public is going to make the difference. And now we go with Ernesto Kruger, a businessman. A businessman that is rather intensive when it comes to technological innovation. Why is it so difficult to have technological businessmen in Latin America? Please tell us, Ernesto, you are from Ecuador, but your company operates in different countries. What is the difference between a businessman that innovates and another one that does not innovate? Innovation is within the reach of a click. Everyone has got the opportunity to innovate. It is not a problem related to technology because you can use a technology quite easily. The problem is regulations. Going to different countries is a challenge because every country has got different regulations. Let me give you a concrete example. For instance, the fintech laws. The most advanced regulation is that of Mexico. And these regulations do not allow the growth of fintechs or new companies based on blockchains. Their development is not allowed because they are not understood. We are at a slow pace, and not because of the technologies, because the technologies are already a service, as Monica was mentioning. It is because of the regulations. And this is a trend. But the problem is the regulations of different countries and the lack of uniformity. I think a big challenge, and I am not a politician and I do not pretend to be one, but one big challenge is to standardize in Latin America all these barriers. So a businessman that is working in any country, Bolivia, Ecuador, Peru, Colombia, or any other country in Central America, well, we want those businessmen to be able to sell in any country, but they don't have the same opportunities. I think this is the problem, because right now we can sell throughout the world by means of e-commerce, but then you find out that you don't have a permit or you have some regulation-related limitations. For instance, logistics. How can we standardize logistics? How can we make payments in terms of taxes become a standard? So we have got big challenges, and apart from these, we have a number of principles that we need to adopt, like the presidio principles. And the name is not very nice in Spanish, but that's the name, presidio, or jail. But those principles need to be the base for new regulations as to interoperability, privacy, and many other things, including governance of the new systems. These decentralized systems, and this is based on the World Economic Forum. Yeah, at Davos. Yeah, I am using this information. I'm sorry if I made a mistake. But yes, being in space is not very good when it comes to thinking. Yeah, because you look like an astronaut, right? So, what I was saying, it is very important to use these type of principles in order to generate new regulations allowing us, businessmen, to compete in equal conditions regardless of the country. And we have to take into consideration that Asia works as a bloc, and in Latin America we are not working as a team. That's why we have fallen behind in terms of the progress made by Asian countries. Mikel, can I tell you something about this? Yes, go ahead. I understand that he's in space and maybe he has problems. But what we are trying to do here is to change the regulatory framework. This is going to be very important in order to start working together, because we are living in an age of collaboration and there are different products and services that require an intelligent regulation. And this is what we are doing at Colombia in the case of Superfinanciera, for instance, at the CRC as well. This is a way of helping Latin America, because this is the message. We need to innovate and we need to facilitate this innovation. If the regulation is very limited, if it is a 20th century regulation and we are living in the 21st century, we need to change the regulation. And in the conversation, we need to make sure that we have the will to change the regulation. Ernesto is in space and you are in paradise. I can see a forest behind you. Your background is very nice. And no Castellanos. There are two topics that have been mentioned: a change of mindset and the necessary regulation. Let's talk about the Mexican experience. And I want to say, how can we learn from each other in Latin America? How can we collaborate? But please tell us about the Mexican experience. Have we been able to change the mindset in order to accelerate digital transformation? Have we done something good in terms of regulation? What are the pending issues? Well, I think that we need to work further in the change of mindset. Obviously, there is a natural process because of the different participants that are part of the game. We are rather old, well, with the exception of Monica and Sylvia, they are younger. Well, I want to correct myself. But the idea is that we need to start adopting every single technology. And I agree with my colleagues. Technology opportunities, digital opportunities are not exclusive for ITC companies or marketing companies. They are being extended to other industries. Let's look at the 4.0 technology. This is the adoption of these technological progresses in traditional industries. But we needed to change the mindset because businessmen needed to dare. Many times they don't know the meaning of the 4.0 concept and how to apply it in SMEs. Businessmen think they need to invest a lot of money in order to have access to this concept, but this is not true. Maybe you need to make some modifications. Maybe you need to add some sensors and be part of the Internet of Things. But we need to change the mindset, and this mindset change needs to be accompanied by public policies. Governments, in governments, we need a different chip, the chip of digital innovation. As it happened during the 90s, we had a change of mindset. These cultural mindset, businessman mindset, and now we need a new chip, the digital transformation mindset. In terms of regulation, well, the regulation needs to promote more investment, especially in infrastructure, and I think plans needed to be modified, but we need time for the maturing process of regulations. Here we have two colleagues from companies, AT&T and Visa, and they have the physical infrastructure and the digital infrastructure in order to take this digital era to another level, to a further level. The problem is that we don't have a regulation promoting a higher bandwidth or more connectivity, or a regulation allowing us to have the necessary frequencies. And this is something that we need to create in order to be able to use technological challenges that some other countries have already faced, and this is common in the whole of Latin America, and our countries need to make progress in this regard so we can start working in fintechs and blockchains and other types of Internet of Things, the 4.0 concept, for instance. Enoch, Santiago, and Ernesto Kruger have mentioned the need of further collaboration within Latin America, amongst Latin American countries. You are a businessman. What has been your experience in terms of Latin American collaboration for the development of standards and to continue competing? I think we have a great opportunity, an opportunity that allows us to reduce the geographical zones, if we can say that, because we are going to make use of the current situation of the pandemic.
Value chains and tourism will be more important. Speaking of tourism, it is expected that people will no longer go to destinations farther than 5 hours of flight. And if we look at the Tropic of Cancer and of Capricorn, which are in our hemisphere, we are included in these 5 hours of flight. We must take advantage of this because right now we're not sufficiently integrated. Mexico has changed its policy and turned up to the north. However, there are many big opportunities if we look to the south. In terms of culture, language, our history is an important culture, but we are not cooperating. I think that we must take advantage of digital tools. We must create innovation nodes. We must intertwine our ecosystems for innovations in order to serve companies, especially smaller-sized companies. Thank you very much, Enoch. I'm going to Monica Aspe. You mentioned the pandemic. I would say that it is very likely the last bell saying, get ready in terms of innovation. What makes the difference between an SME that is capable of adopting technology? Why some do and some don't? I ask you now that you are in AT&T, you have been an official. This is some sort of guiding line. You have been some sort of the evangelization of technology. Why can some companies and why can't others do it? I love your question. There are several sides to it. As a country, first of all, and as a region, we could say this for any Latin American country, I think. The relevance of the digital transformation is a technological transformation, but it is also a cultural transformation. It is a transformation of processes and of human capital and talent and structures of the economy, of business models, etc. So it is much deeper than the arrival of new technologies. And in that sense, I believe that in Mexico and in some other countries, we have been focusing more in telecommunications with the digital views. I come from the telecommunications sector, and it is of essence for digital transformation. However, it is not enough. What should be pulling us is a digital vision for the type of region, country, organizations that we want to have. And I link this to your question because among companies, among SMEs, there are some leaders in innovation, those that are at the tip of production in generation and adoption of technologies. There are also some followers that are running behind the ones that are further ahead, and those that are lagging behind. They talk about digitalization and of basic services of productivity. It is very important to have this view as a country and region, and this route because we need specific policies for the adoption of technology and the adoption of technologies in their processes and services of the SMEs that are in between, of those that are followers and those that are lagging behind. And there are some large questions, such as what are our strengths, our challenges in digital transformation, what can we do well? And there are some things that Latin American countries deal with in terms of technology. And we're not reinventing new borders or frontiers. How can we be on top of the more egalitarian wave, which is very important, and also in terms of the production of technology? Where can we do that? And those broad views and those paths help us very much individually, because we made reference to a different type of cooperation. Otherwise, we could say it is very difficult to be based on this. We have to be based on this. And a comment with regards to the private side. A relationship that contributes to making exponential technologies something reachable for SMEs is of essence. If you facilitate these services, then you lower down the barriers for the entrance of these companies. It is easier to adopt capacities in order to use them. So there is a very close game between public policy, regulations, private investment, in order to truly generate the conditions for SMEs that do not deal precisely with technology. And they use technology in order to do other things much better. And when those public or private forces play well, then we will see that there are important developments. So regulation, public policy, digital integration are important. This is to generate innovation and to have a more egalitarian situation. This is not only a matter of technology. It is a matter of people who know how to use technology in order to make this important leap. And this is important for the digital economy. You launched some sort of important comment, and we have to bear in mind what are Latin American people good for? What are we good for? And where would you say we should not waste our time? I'm not saying this in a cultural sense and neither biological, of course. I'm saying this in terms of strengths of productive factors. What are those industries that we have, and which of these industries can truly be transformed and give a push to the economies by means of digital transformation? We, in the case of Mexico, there is no doubt, are very strong in terms of foreign trade. We deal with the U.S. economy. We are maquila industry economy, some more important than others. We are economies that offer services. In what sectors are we found? What are our advantages given our geographies, given our natural resources? And based on that analysis, how do we convey this based on technologies, and what are the technologies that, as a country, we want to deal with? This changes from country to country, but we have to have a clear map and then establish cooperation between the countries as well. And this helps us work closer when we know where we're heading, and this is where we find some more important coincidences. Silvia Constein, I'll follow with you. In your first comment, you talked about the digital payment means. In many cases, they are the entry port to digitization. And I'd like to ask you, why some are adopting means of payment, but especially how does the use of digital payment means can speed up other things? What is your experience at Visa? What would be the normal process by means of which this adoption of digital means of payment is done? What other technologies accompany them, and what is your valuation of SMEs in Latin America? I'll say two things. When a company or trade offers the possibility to digital payment, then many more opportunities open to it. They can reach more distances and more people. An example, you go to a shop, you have a couple of dollars in your purse, and if they don't allow a digital payment, you would not be able to do this. It's not that you hear and then you get the possibility. No, if you don't have the possibility to buy at this point in time, very likely this purchase did not or will not occur. And as you open the possibilities to get digital payments, and you open possibilities to increase your business levels. In addition to that, we have something important. These are practical finances for businesses. When one starts to say, I have a link to digital payment, but this also provides me with information that can be useful in order to improve, for instance, my inventory levels. I can better understand if it works more in the mornings or the evenings, if it works better on Tuesdays or some other day. So I want to know what else I can do. I have more resources available to me in order to grow and to do things better. In terms of education, we have talked about this. This is a very important topic, and we should use education for digital transformation. And we must access this digital payment world. This is a window to the digital transformation. I want to say something. This is not easy. It's not just a matter of something easy. It is not easy. It is different from what micro entrepreneurs or small entrepreneurs need, or larger business people need. There are different levels. Some are devoted only to survive and we're looking more at the medium or longer term. So that is where we all have to provide mutual support. We are all committed to education, to payment digitization, and we are also committed to education so that business people use this for their benefit. And this will benefit other areas as well that will necessarily generate the possibility for growth. And as opposed to if we are only devoted to cash, well, the challenge is to, let's say, replace cash and come into the digital payment era. Your colleagues make optimistic references to fintech as one of the topics where this digital acceleration is occurring. What is the role, in your opinion, that fintech can play in order to make this digital transformation in Latin America more dynamic? These are very important things, among other things, because they came to a population that was probably not looking much at this. So they found solutions for small and medium-sized entrepreneurs that were easier to use. They were structured around their needs. And at the end, I believe that we all had to have an innovation mentality. And it was this mentality of serving the needs of a very specific population, a population that is not being served, of people who are not in the banking system, a very important population in Latin America, living in rural areas or under certain social conditions that do not have access. So we have to reach them with all that this brings with it. So I hope that this is something we see. Santiago Pinzón, Monica was mentioning something that is implicit, but I'd like to know your views. Human capital. How are we doing in terms of human capital? What is your experience in the public sector, business sectors, as a businessman in terms of social matters? It is not only a matter of technology, it is also a matter of having the people necessary to do these things. It is a global challenge. Last week, we saw a document, The Future of Work. It says that 97% of jobs will be created in terms of digital transformation specialists in these areas or in any combinations. And 87 million will be in 2025. More jobs will be generated based on this reality and these capacities. And it is a matter of combining soft skills, hard skills. We have to look at the circumstances of every country. And I think that there is an important challenge for supply and demand. And digital transformation has also to reach this. And we have to see the way in which we have been giving courses. So we have to be based more not in theory, but in practice, and the challenges of different organizations. And they have an important element, and this is this making a chain. If we are able to do this in our countries, and we will be able to have this diversity. Those organizations with a diversity of talent will have more chances to become competitive. And we have to have people who are specialized in different capacities and professionals, and that is aligned to a digital transformation, not only going to a certain sector, it is for all sectors. And what we're looking for is to help tech, ed tech. This is being strengthened in Latin America. We have unicorns, and we are generating models and products that are different in sound. And I was telling Monica, we can have a wide variety And based on this reality, COVID, there's basically nothing new. We started from zero, and based on connectivity, access to the internet, and I'd like to also mention what Sylvia said. If people have no access to the internet, Colombia passed a law. This is the ICT law, so that there is equality and inclusion. And this is also something that, based on access to the internet, we are able to promote skills in a different way. If we manage it in the same way, with hybrid models, we'll have the ability to have MOOC content, but also specific content by means of SMEs. So talent is very important, and behind that, depending on where we are in the region, we'll see different things. So what is the ICT law in Colombia? What is it all about? How can it be a reference, and what can other countries in Latin America learn from it? We are facilitating by means of investment. We define that now we can have the ability to have spectrum for 20 years. We were able to have one single regulator. We organized our things, and this means, and this becomes more interesting, but we're betting on reaching 70% of Colombians that are connected by 2022. What does this mean? A higher capacity. And this happens all over Latin America as well. This is very urban, and urban density is linked to the internet capacity. So we have to establish PPPs, and we are at the implementation stage. We will have several points in the country that will enhance the connectivity capacity, will enable SMEs and other models. This is something we saw at COVID. By means of WhatsApp, they would distribute their products. If they had no internet, then they would have no possibility. Shops, bookstores, pharmacies can now take their products to customers based on this. So 63% of business people told us that they needed to have a channel. So this is appealing investment, and ICTs in Colombia are now very important. Would you like to expand the comment, Sylvia? No? The change to this law was very important. The public sector, everybody joined in, and they're recognizing the importance of connectivity. And as Santiago was saying, and as Monica was saying, this opens opportunities for education, for new ways of doing things to the whole population. And this is truly a very essential element in this development policy. Thank you so much to you, Ernesto Kruger. You've been a businessman and innovator for 30 years. Can you share with our audience, is it easier now to be an innovator in Latin America as opposed to 25 to 30 years ago? I think it is a bit more difficult because now there is so much information, so many regulations, and so many things for entrepreneurs. Before, I used to carry a bag and a beeper. I don't know if you remember what a beeper was, what a pager was. And that was the beginning of that story. In a small country like Ecuador with a small market, we were able to move ahead in this process. It was not that complicated, but now you need a permit for every single thing. And there is now a bureaucracy, and we have to move away from this middle level. We want to eliminate this middle level in order to improve efficiencies. This comes from cryptocurrencies where there is no bank, or this world of middle institutions that do not favor fair trade or things like this. So entrepreneurs face now many things, and now there is access to some investments, although sometimes and not all countries have it the same way. There was no risk capital, seed capital before. It is now an advantage. that has to be followed. And this regulatory entanglement that includes taxes, social security, poor entrepreneurs. I always tell entrepreneurs, don't think about any of that. Just launch it. Don't talk to attorneys, to economists. Just focus on doing what you want, and afterwards we'll start to solve the problem. And this is achieved when you do this. Otherwise, if they see this complicated and difficult, I think that the challenge in Latin America is that, well, this is one of the areas where we will be seeing more entrepreneurs. I'm certain of that, because I see talent all over Latin America, from Chile to Mexico. Notice how we have seen unicorns in Colombia, in Chile, Argentina, and I think that, yes, we have to unite ourselves. We have to talk about this topic at all levels, and we have to work what CAF is doing now of generating these types of spaces for a conversation. And I think that it can be very interesting, especially in order to manage at the political level. There is one situation. Regulations come hand in hand with our path, and we have to train people. We're talking about education, with some exceptions that I've seen in Colombia. This is one of the countries with very good capacities in politics. In others, I've seen terrible deficiencies. They are still debating whether this should take care or not. This is not based on reality, and there is a big gap, as Santiago said. Those new jobs, I hope that they are created in Latin America with Latin American entrepreneurs, because we need this gap not to be, or actually we need to take advantage of all of the advantages in Latin America in order to achieve this process, so that it will enable us to grow as a whole. If you were able to change one thing in the public arena and one thing in the private arena in order to speed up digital transformation, what would you change? Gosh, that question, I can say that I'll say something, and I would change the political model. I think that some politicians are wrong. Excuse me, my dear friends, I think that has to be changed, and we have to change the structure and the complexity of regulations in the public area. On the private side, I think that we have to undergo a process of competition, cooperating and competing, co-competition. And I think that nowadays, partnerships, I can establish partnerships with my competitors, because we won't move ahead if it's not based on partnerships. I think that in the private side, we should learn to trust the process of the economy, of trusting the economy, and I think that not much is said in this sense, but if we're able to have a trust economy, then this region will be seeing a lot of wealth. And what is most important is, first of all, of course, health and work, but we have to look at growth. And many positive things emanate from this, regardless of the political model that people wish to adopt. It can be extreme right, but let's think about Singapore, or extreme left like China. Okay, everybody follows the same principle, the president in Colombia, and this helps the economy in order to bridge gaps in Latin America, where we find many persons which are of great concern because of the gap in education. There are possibilities for growth, but they are not the same for everybody. It is very sad to see a child and asking, "What are you doing up on the tree?" "Well, I'm getting my classes." "Why up on the tree?" "Because that's where I have a good mobile phone signal." So I think that this is work that we have to do, a lot of it. Thank you very much, Ernesto. What draws my attention, Ernesto says, let's be like Singapore, let's be like China. Is there any Latin American country that we have to learn from or copy? The question is open. Who would like to answer first? I will. This is something that will stay in Latin America. I think that the different countries have had some good things, some failures, successes and failures, and there is no case that would clearly be the example. In the case of Mexico, the leap in terms of access to telecommunications, I think, is an example. Not in all of the fronts, but we are in the sense that had the pandemic been here 6 years ago, 3 in every 10 Mexicans would have been connected. And now we are with 7 out of every 10. And we still have a gap to breach as a country and as a region, but this is a success case, and that's one. And there are many more in Latin America. People spoke of some cases in Colombia, in Chile. We saw some examples. And I think that there are enough practices that will help us learn what is working and what is not working in Latin America. We should learn both in terms of access to connectivity and in terms of services that have an impact on the development, such as financial services. We talked about the gap in terms of financial services. How can we reach 2 in every 10 are part of the banking system and digitalized? Well, this is a sign of how we can reach. So there is still a lot to do. We already have some examples in order to have a more detailed idea of how it works and what works in order to continue making progress based on our differences. We have economic structures that are very different in Latin American countries, but there are some examples of things that are working well. Would anybody like to add something? The risk I see, and I see this from a different approach, is the anti-intellectualism approach, attempting to reprocess the Enlightenment. We want to find a convergence of digital matters with our daily lives in order to benefit from this and to lower costs, to increase sales, to have more efficient processes. However, when we see that populism is moving ahead, either from the left or the right. And speaking of economic growth, some say, okay, we will do some things like some countries have done with radical governments. We're going to analyze happiness indexes or other variables. I don't know if there's a very high risk of going backwards. I think that all citizens in every country, but especially moderate ones, those that are at the center, must defend this view of modernity. People spoke of Singapore. Singapore prepared development plans just like China to 30 or 40 years. Latin American countries are not following that same line. I wish we were. I wish we knew what those progresses are in order to have a greater possibility to generate welfare for all of our population, coming hand in hand with digital technologies.
What would you change if you were able to change something? What would you change in order to accelerate digital transformation? It's all about regulations like Colombia did. I would also find a link with a national development plan by country with a broad vision, 30 years at least. And then I would generate the necessary connections between the private and the public sectors in order to implement these plans, this vision. This is what I would do. And I would increase education. The education in Latin America is rather deficient, inefficient. We have seen the examples of China and Singapore, but those are educated peoples. When the population is educated, it is easier to implement this type of technologies. Who else? I would say the agenda of CAF is also very interesting. Maybe we can do something by means of CAF. We have the Presidio principles. Maybe we can develop the CAV, digital transformation principles. That would really help. We have people from CAV here at the studio, and I will convey the message. Santiago, I only want to say that I agree with Monica. There is no single recipe. There are different ways of building the capacities of the different countries. And we have to learn from each other. We can co-create things for the 21st century. The digital transformation should not be political. Technology should not have an ideology. We want to achieve quality of life and productivity. And we have the Sustainable Development Goals. We have big opportunities there because those objectives help us to solve the big problems. So we need a transformation without ideology, without politics, and this is something that each country needs to build. Sylvia, what's your opinion about this? I fully agree. When we were talking about the ICT law, we would always say this is not about the right or the left. We wanted to have a better country. The technology is not developed by a single country. I mean, it's not about having a mobile phone. The technology needs to follow the speed of the technological development, and this has to happen in every country. So I agree with Santiago. It is not about colors, it is not about political perspectives. This is an element in order to improve the quality of life of every single citizen. We have less than 4 minutes, so I would like to know about your conclusions. What have you learned from this panel? Enog, what have you learned from this panel? Well, I have to say that I am very happy to be in this panel with these colleagues. My colleagues have got different perspectives. It is the perspective of their country about the digital transformation agenda. This is something very important for every single country. I liked what Sylvia mentioned. It is not about ideologies, but we need to have a vision of modernity. As Santiago mentioned, this is going to help us to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs. If we do not continue with this development, we are going to increase the digital gap, and this is going to be brutal. We are going to have citizens with modernity working from home, and we are also going to have citizens in poor conditions. So this is the great challenge and the great goal, and this is what I am taken away from this wonderful panel organized by CAF. Monica Aspe, what have you learned from this panel? Thank you. This was a great panel. It was a pleasure to participate along with you. We need to have a broad vision when it comes to digital transformation. This was mentioned many times in different ways. The digital transformation is about technology, it is about a vision of the future, it's about innovation, but it is also about closing the gap, creating access, and creating equality. And we need to have both conversations at the same time. If we concentrate on a single element, we are going to lose innovation, we're going to lose access or equality. At the end of the day, we need to close the gap by means of digital technologies, especially in regions like Latin America. So we need to have both perspectives, especially in this area or in this region where we have these two perspectives. Sylvia, what have you learned in this panel? I think we are all on the same boat. We have the same objectives. We want to make sure that the SMEs can go through the crisis. And We have to make sure that they will grow in the future so they can create more opportunities, more employment for everyone. It's great that we'll have this common goal. So now we have to think how we are going to help SMEs. This is a crisis, and we have to profit from it. In terms of digital transformation, the pandemic allowed us to take a quantum leap, a leap that would have taken years. Now we had to do it, especially in terms of SMEs, because this was a requirement in order to face the pandemic. So we need to continue with this momentum. Santiago Pinzón. I learned something from you. I think we all have clarity about the goal of this digital transformation. I liked Ernesto's pragmatism. This is what we need as businessmen in Latin America, this type of leadership. And we need more women like Monica and Silvia, because the gender issue is going to be fundamental for the digital transformation. We need to have cross-functional intelligence. And women know about emotional intelligence. So we have to work with women, and as Silvia was mentioning, we can do many things together with everyone's capacities. Ernesto. Well, it was a great honor to be here with you, learning from you. This is what I am taking away from this panel. My conclusion is that everything is clear. We want to go beyond the regulation barriers and to promote digital transformation. And this is a message to CAF. The Latin American agenda needs to generate the necessary principles, the necessary requirements. We need to educate the political arena as to the importance of digital inclusion, because digital inclusion should be something for everyone, and we have to bet on innovation. We have a lot of potential in Latin America. I only want to thank you. It was a great pleasure to be here with you, Enoch, Monica, Silvia, Santiago, Ernesto. Have a good day, and thank you very much for sharing.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Luis Miguel, and thank you to the members of the panel for their ideas. I want to remind you that you can participate in these conversations using hashtag CAFPymes, and you can follow us at AgendaCAF. Right now, many businessmen and women are following this conference, and I'm sure they will find many interesting topics, like the course on businessman innovation for SMEs in the region. This was developed by CAF. It is a free course that promotes the use of innovative tools at SMEs. The training course is freely available at caf.com/capacitación. It is a great honor to start the fourth panel of the day, Latin American SMEs for a New Economy, Cases of Success. And I give the floor to Genaro Mejia, a journalist, a business journalist. He will be moderating this panel. My friends, good morning in Mexico. I want to thank CAF for the invitation. And we were saying that this is the best panel of the 2 days. It is a panel that is innovative because we are going to learn how SMEs are actually facing the crisis. And now allow me to introduce the members of the panel. Most of them women, and that's something very good. Silvia Torres Carbonell, Director at the Entrepreneurship Center at IAE Business School. Welcome, Silvia. Good morning. We also have Tania Rodriguez, founder and CEO at CO Capital. Mariana Costa, CEO at Laboratoria. Andrea Arrebola, Commercial Director at OALA. And Martín Blanco, Senior Manager at Mercado Libre. It's great to have you here with us. It is a great pleasure for us to be here. It's good that I am moderating a panel with women. We're going to start with Silvia. We got to meet yesterday. Well, you're in charge of training businessmen. What happens in the case of what happens in terms of changes in leadership in order to face and go through the crisis? Please let us know about this leadership that you witness. Ever since the pandemic started, I use PBO to identify it. P, a danger, peligro in Spanish. It is a danger in many senses, including the health arena. It is a challenge, un desafío. D, because we always try to change dangers into challenges and to overcome these challenges. And this is an opportunity. And in the arena where I work, promoting entrepreneurship in Argentina and in the region in different areas, well, what I am witnessing is that the COVID never imagined that it was going to face the human spirit. And this human spirit of entrepreneurship is allowing us to go through different catastrophes, emergencies, wars, and this innovation spirit allows us to change danger into a challenge and a challenge into an opportunity. The first entrepreneur in history was a caveman that saw the rest of the cavemen dragging their praise. He thought of a new way of doing this, and that's how these cavemen invented the wheel. We sure have got many dangers in many aspects, but in the world of businessmen, I can see a lot of capacities to overcome the crisis and to find opportunities. For instance, the general perspective of businessmen, how they can contribute with their own expertise and resources, with what they already have, how can they contribute to the mitigation of the crisis? Businessmen have transformed their businesses to make masks, for instance, or a furniture company that started making beds for hospitals. And we also see businessmen who have shared their resources, even human resources, to develop new alternatives. Now we have new tracking systems in order to see how the virus spreads. This implies many challenges, many risks. Many people will suffer from these risks, and now we have to help them overcome the situation. But I think SMEs in the region have a key role. For this to happen, governments play a significant role, especially in terms of recognizing these SMEs as the heroes of the situation. SMEs will help us go through the crisis with innovation, with a new perspective, and I think this is a key role that governments need to play. It is about helping SMEs, taking away burdens from them. And SMEs have reinvented themselves. And we also have companies like Mercado Libre that were already very successful, or Voila as well. They took advantage of their momentum, and in this crisis increased their momentum. And they have generated big growths in their businesses within their scope. So I am rather optimistic. We think we need to pamper SMEs and innovative businessmen. And we need to find the best solutions. And we need to remove as many obstacles as possible from their way. I like your perspective, Silvia. You have given us a comprehensive vision. I agree with you. Businessmen in Latin America have always been our heroes, especially now, because now they are proving themselves and they are innovating in face of adversity, and this defines businessmen. The entrepreneurs are the result of a problem. They try to help someone. The social entrepreneur, well, it has to be someone who has a business model to solve a real problem. It is not only about making money, and this is the example that we have here in the members of the panel. So what are the experiences that we have had ever since March? What are your experiences at your company? What has changed for better or for worse? What are the changes that you made in your teams, in your customer base, in your business model? How have you faced these crises? And this goes to the three women that we have. Tania from CO Capital. What has been your experience at CO Capital? Thank you. Thank you very much for the invitation today. Thank you for allowing me to participate in this panel. I am a founder of CO Capital with two areas. We promote social entrepreneurship, and we help 200 companies a year. So we see many business models. Many of them are very innovative, and I agree with the perspective that businessmen and women are very resilient, especially right now during this crisis. And this is something very normal in the new reality. I also have a 2-year-old, so don't worry. Go ahead. That's part of the digital emotion. Yeah, I apologize. We help many companies during the year by means of the foundation, and we have CO Capital investing in 15 Latin American companies with a potential of scalability. We work in inequality and climate change issues, especially with these 200 companies that we support by means of the foundation. Is that the business model focusing on basic needs in very faraway places? Well, these type of companies are more resilient in face of a crisis. One would think the opposite, but these solutions bring to the table financing issues with a longer perspective. This is part of the challenge in order to go the last mile in order to promote the income of these families. So the financing is a part of their DNA, and they are more resilient. They have proved to be more resilient during this crisis, more than many other companies that we know. So entrepreneurs with a vision have responded in a very structured way and rather quickly. And we will continue supporting new teams. We are very proud of what they have achieved. Many of them started in the seed process as part of the foundation, and now they are escalating not only in Latin America. So it is a great pleasure for us to be working with these entrepreneurs, with these businessmen. As investors, we have a double commitment in face of this situation. We want to help them. We want them to be more strategic. For us, it has been a privilege because of their nature. Some businessmen have suffered more than others, but in Mexico and in some countries of the region, we have a very good community. Collaboration of entrepreneurs is something very important. We can have, and this is going to be a key of success in order to carry on. So they are an important part of the answer. We have to bet on them because they have very innovative business models that cannot be thought from the perspective of government, because these entrepreneurs do many things with few resources. Tanya, thank you very much. As you say, governments have forgotten that the solution is somewhere in the market. They don't have to do much. They can invest 1 peso in an entrepreneur, and this entrepreneur is going to create many things. It is not about subsidies. I'm not going to mention any specific government, but this is the feature. This is the feature of an entrepreneur. They do many things with few resources. I like your answer. This is something very important, especially during this crisis. We can see entrepreneurs doing very important things. And I like the case of Laboratoria. Mariana, please tell us. You are putting together two different things, education and support in order to close the gender gap, especially at the companies. Please tell us a little bit about Laboratoria. What do you do at Laboratoria? What is the purpose of Laboratoria? If people don't know Laboratoria, we want them to know it. Well, thank you very much for the invitation. We train women so they can start a career in the technology sector. This is a high-growth sector with a big skill gap and also a gender gap. If we want women to be part of the future, we need to create technology as women too. We have a boot camp in Mexico, Peru, Chile, Brazil, Colombia. Thanks to the pandemic, well, we have faced many challenges, but we have also identified many opportunities. Hopefully, we'll be able to reach out to more women in the region. Apart from the boot camp, we have a training program for companies and SMEs. We have to be the owners of our own training system. And for that, we promote continuous education. Before the pandemic, we had face-to-face boot camps. Members would come to a physical place and they would spend 8 hours a day. We would go to the companies and we would have workshops at the companies. Overnight, we had to change our way of working. I feel very proud because we did this very quickly. We asked ourselves, how can we turn this into an opportunity? It was not about complaining, it was about being resilient and profiting from the crisis. We have transformed all our programs. Now all of them are online programs, and we have learned many things in this process. Our main concern at the beginning was the technical abilities that are the focus of the bootcamp, and also different skills like teamwork, collaboration. These are very valuable skills in the market, and we had the question, can we create this type of skills with this face-to-face interaction? And we have been able to do it. We have created an experience to connect people by means of Zoom. And this is something that we have already decided. We are going to continue working remotely. And this is going to open new opportunities to us because we will be able to reach out to more women that are in faraway cities. Now we have opened these doors. And now we can reach out to more companies, not only in the capitals where we have a presence. We can develop more scalable programs with a deeper impact. These have been months of changes. We have had to rethink many things, but now our situation is stronger than 8 months ago. The case of Mariana, the case of Laboratoria, is typical. It shows how thinking about the box helps you. Instead of breaking down, you go to the following level. According to Endeavor, 7 companies are going bankrupt every single day. Obviously, we have our problems, but crises like this one also promote innovation, new opportunities. And because of these, we can have the development of projects like Laboratoria. When it comes to financial inclusion, which is also very important in order to close the gaps between those who have and those who do not have. Well, for that, we have Andrea Arreola, Commercial Director at Uala. You have a key role in this financial inclusion in the region. Please, Andrea, can you tell us what Uala does and how you are facing the pandemic? Well, first of all, I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to participate in this panel. Everyone's opinion support companies, and these perspectives allow us to have a general vision of the situation. In the case of Uala, we are a technology company created 3 years ago in Argentina. And we have revolutionized the world of personal finances in Latin America. It was created by Paolo Bandielli, a businessman in Argentina. Our main objective is to reach out to those who are not part of the financial system because of different reasons. Maybe they live in faraway places, remote places, away from the cities, and they don't have financial institutions in the nearby area. Maybe they don't have proposals for these users. This was the objective of Uala. The pandemic found us well prepared, and it helped us to increase the momentum and to confirm that what we were doing was the right way to go. Voila is for everyone. underage citizens, people that need a way of making payments for playing games, or even senior citizens, the elderly people who need a payment method or a way of saving their money in a safe place. We are fully digital, and this was a potential during the pandemic. Yes, we were ready, but we also had a confirmation that this was actually what users needed. We never stopped growing. At Voila, before the pandemic, we said, well, we were more than 200 employees, and now we have more than 500 employees in our headcount. The transformation was not only within the company, but also outside the company in terms of the users, because now we have to accompany our users, our teams. We needed to be present at a distance. And I think this is part of the adaptation process that we all have to live.
Amazing what you have achieved in this sense. There are some very specific cases like yours. You have grown exponentially based on the pandemic because you were ready. Another challenge, not only for SMEs but for any other business leader, is leadership. How to lead remote teams because there is no physical contact, because you cannot know about the emotional and mental situation of your people. It is also difficult to look at the productivity and KPIs. I think that this question is for Martín Blanco in Mercado Libre. It is a company that is icon in the region. We know that you're growing and that e-commerce is growing and experiencing an exceptional time based on the needs and since people cannot go out of their homes. Regarding leadership, as one of the Mercado Libre leaders, how are you facing this challenge of coordinating and accompanying your teams when you are not physically seeing them, when you don't know how they are doing at home, their problems, their families? Welcome and thank you. First of all, thank you all for the invitation to this panel. How are we experiencing this? It is a big challenge. About 100% of employees at Mercado Libre are working remotely. And the main challenge, as you said, used to be how to continue generating these social spaces where we can share with our colleagues, with our co-workers, at lunch and after an office conversation, and how this pandemic has somehow affected it. Nowadays, we are conducting a series of activities, and we found the way to continue to perform these extra work activities 100% digitally, and our employees have taken this very much into account. There are several things that you mentioned, and we have the family context, and at Mercado Libre we started to generate many programs for mindfulness, for trainings, with experts in subject matters as to how to move forward and how to achieve partnerships or how to teach our children 100% remotely and living with them around the clock. As parents, we have beautiful experiences. We can sometimes have lunch with our children, and this bore a very important way on having to be parents and employees and also teachers in order to support them in their education process with 100% online schooling. Another important thing that I'd like to mention is how we motivate our teams, how we keep our teams motivated. The truth is that today, all of the project follow-up related to 100% labor things is linked to projects and to the outcomes of the project. And we follow up based on periodical meetings, part of the new teams or also with other business areas. We are part of an ecosystem that follows all of the Mercado de Pago platform, marketplace, Mercado shops, and each one of those legs must be well synchronized so that we all can have the same message and clearly and accurately do this so that we can lever these things. And I think that today, for any Mercado Libre employee, there's no greater motivation than being a part of this engine of the reactivation of the economy. There are tons of SMEs, small companies, medium-sized companies, and large companies. They see the possibility not to close 100% their business by means of Mercado Libre and the ecosystem that we are proposing to them under equal conditions for everybody, without taking into consideration the size of the company or the large corporate company. Yes, we have to reinvent ourselves the whole time. The size of the company does not really matter. And as you say, these are fundamental parts of a huge ecosystem of smaller companies. And without a tool like Mercado Libre, they would have probably disappeared. We have a majority of women, and this is a topic that we cannot leave aside. As leaders, with these 4 women who are representatives of the best we have in Latin America, we have to talk about gender equality. We know that the pandemic has brought more problems for many leaders, for many employees who are working at home. They have a heavier burden now because they take care of children, the house, without neglecting their work. And it can drive anybody crazy. I'd like each one of you to tell us your perspective. How are things doing in your things? And what are your ideas in terms of improving this situation in order to provide a new balance to the new way of working from home? I'd like to begin again with Sylvia. Sylvia, please tell us your perspective. What have you seen? What is bad? What is good? And what are your proposals? At the Austral University, we work a lot by means of a center that reconciles family life and labor life. We have studied in the region this topic, and the truth is that we see this as an opportunity. I think that this time has been useful to revalue work at home in a good way, taking care and the importance of having the home well and nutrition. And we have valued this both for men and for women. And doing more things at home has revalued many things. Maybe men were more silent at home. And this has brought a big challenge about, which is to move towards the model of a mutual help, of sharing those roles, which in the end, I would not say they're bad, but they make us feel we are at home, going back home, we have a link, and there is affection. So I think that in many of the cases, women have a dual task, a dual burden, and also I see this with my children, where I see that this has been a very good way, probably forced by the pandemic, to start to think about how to mutually take care of the tasks that are core, such as children education, taking care of the elderly, taking care of the spaces where you build a home. I think that we have to work in that sense. And second, from the companies, we're working on something called family corporate responsibility. I believe it is very important for companies and entrepreneurs to be aware that from a firm, they have also to promote what we call family responsibility. I insist family in a broad sense. This core of affections that contains us, that makes us feel good as a person, that helps us at times of crisis. And they also have to be aware of this because remote work may tend to appropriate from the whole time of a person. And we are whole persons that need to strengthen all of our being, virtually, physically, emotionally, affectionately, professionally as well. So this pandemic, as many things, I see it as a light that has given us or shown many situations from many different angles. If we are aware and take advantage of this to see how we can do better, as people said earlier, I think that we'll have an opportunity. I am looking at youth, young couples. It is a big burden in terms of costs, and those who are emotionally intelligent have to take advantage of this in order to become stronger. Family groups can become stronger and come out stronger out of this pandemic. Thank you very much, Sylvia, for your comments. I agree with what you have said. We are seeing in Mexico and in Latin America figures of increases in domestic violence, especially in the case of women. But it is also true that in the area where we are of entrepreneurs, I came here, but I got my share of dishes to clean. And this is amazing because now I understand, without my wife having to tell me, I understand the burden she had to bear alone before. And I understand how difficult it is to take care of a 2-year-old child. It is very hard. It is 24/7 work. There is no rest. Being a parent is for your whole life. So I'd like your positive perspective, and I think that we will be learning many new things. Andrea, please tell us a little bit about how you are experiencing in Voila the equality topic. Do you have any policy regarding origin or in order to take care of equality, in order to engage both men and women equally? Is there anything that has changed in terms of equality during the pandemic? Yes, thank you. This is a clear example. When I started at Voila, when I joined the team slightly over 4 years ago, I was the first woman that joined the team. Developers were all men, and I was the one who joined in order to contribute to this financial side. This happened 4 years ago, and now 48% of the company is made up of women. And Voila follows a policy to promote inclusion of all kinds. Another example like mine could be that one of our colleagues confirmed she was pregnant. She came to the company. She now has a baby. We also provide training. The conversation was intermittent. Thank you for your comment. Marina from Laboratoria, tell us about the perspective of your company. You are the founder and CEO of the company, and very likely you also have a different perspective. Yes, I think that right now we see the importance of diversity in terms of the decision-making process at Laboratoria. We do work. We are a majority of women in an organization. And this happens in the leadership team. And this makes us have our own concerns. And during the pandemic, we have made some decisions with the intention to attempt to balance the difficulties that mainly due to cultural and historical matters fall on women disproportionately. We implemented Friday as a flex day so that everybody in the team could take care on Friday of matters related to home, to family. We have also very well established working hours. I have 2 young children, and I work until 6 p.m., which is a time where I go and I give time to my children as well. I think that this is something that is nourished in our organization. These are things that are compatible with a family life. I think that this pandemic has, as it has done in many other areas, it has placed the spotlight on previous issues that we were facing, and it has affected these very deeply. And we have to consider the state, the companies, and we have to do a lot more. I don't know, for instance, women nowadays earn less than men. There is an important wage gap. We usually are overrepresented in our area, and women are paid less. And during the pandemic, many families have had to decide who will be taking care of keeping a job, and this affects more women. We are at that stage. So there are several fronts that remind us nowadays that all things we design for the future in order to move ahead must include a gender-based approach. And some of the gaps have become even deeper during the pandemic. Thank you so much, Mariana. You are very right. Tanya, could you tell us a bit about the incubation and funding of companies? What have you seen in companies you work with in your own company? And you have, of course, a broader perspective on gender. And is this gap breached or closing? Well, you already got to see our family dynamics. It has been a challenge, and it is a pleasure to be also closer to the family and to be involved in what they are learning every day. So I also see this as a big opportunity. We are working with many women entrepreneurs, very talented and committed, and we bet a lot on following them, supporting them, opening doors. And on the other hand, during the last few years, I have focused much of my time to strengthen a group of regional investors, women investors. This is very important because there are some women in all of Latin America that are part of big entrepreneurial families, and we have taken up the role to take care of the family, children, and without a doubt, I see that these are very relevant things for the change that we want to see in the region. We have to provide the same care we give to children, to our future, to our social future, cultural, environmental, and I think that we should take this as something we have to reflect upon. We need this in business councils, also in the investment decisions that are made. I bet a lot of my time on involving and inspiring more women in business families to join this movement, to see that we are building the future of our children, and they should turn to see where we are investing our capital. It is equally relevant as choosing where our children will be going to school, because this is something that will be triggering the future, and we'll be betting on industries that are probably not the ones that in which we should be investing. So we have a lot of things to do here. More and more women in Latin America start to play this role. They launch themselves and say, I'm going to look at where my capital is invested, what I can do, how I can do it. And I think that there is a macro global trend that is very relevant, and we should also start to think about how to work on it. This is very interesting, Tanya, because I was talking to many entrepreneurs, and they have seen few women investors, and they tell us that there is a different perspective when it comes to making a decision in terms of investment. They have a different type of empathy. They make decisions that are much closer to the needs of entrepreneurs. In men investors still have to learn a lot of the characteristics that you have developed naturally. The pandemic is demanding a new type of leadership. And those that have had better situations in the countries where are women. We have Angela Merkel and others. It is not by fluke. The world nowadays needs more empathetic leadership, more compassionate leadership, and this is something that men have to learn. I have now a question for all of you. You all can take part, Martine as well, or not, if you decide not to. This is about asking. Entrepreneurs are not asking, they are doing. But Sylvia said this earlier on in her participation. We had a general overview. What would you ask to your government and to Latin American institutions to support and promote the development of SMEs and startups in the region? What would you need? What would be the right focus for assistance? I know that you achieve it all without any help, but what would entrepreneurs achieve with a little bit of help from the government? Who would like to answer? I can try. Please, Mariana. Going back to something that Sylvia said in the beginning, I think that especially during the first months and the first few years, it is a challenge at all levels. I think that if the state can help us make life easier, it is better. Unfortunately, in Latin America, legislation and the tax and administrative structure is complicated, and that could be an important break. The other side of that coin is informality. Some entrepreneurs are entrepreneurs because of needs. They end up in informality because there are several barriers to be formal. We have had many challenges to understand the labor side, the tax side. We have made mistakes that can cost you your life. So I think that designing the schemes, tax schemes, legal schemes, and administrative schemes from the perspective of entrepreneurs is of essence. We have to have this lens where the state designs based on us and not thinking about themselves. I think this is key for us to be more and more entrepreneurial and generating better situations. Very good answer, Mariana, because sometimes you don't even need money. You need simply to simplify paperwork and making it simpler. It would help many SMEs that are in informality. They would be joining in. I'd like to ask Martin, because he has a regional perspective. One of the threats for SMEs is this need of governments to get resources from wherever at times when there is no money. And one of the temptations is digital taxes. What do you think at Mercado Libre, the threat? Far from incentivizing, it does the opposite to all those companies that are starting with e-commerce. What do you think? What are your perspectives and what solutions do you find for this, Martin? I think that it is the source that different governments have in order to continue creating things, as long as we are contributing this. But if we, on the other side, see that we are able to generate all the tools, simple tools, easy-to-use tools, open to all types of entrepreneurs, not only of one certain size or one specific type of company. It does not matter how small, medium, or large the entrepreneur or the company is. It's a matter of opening up possibilities. We're talking about preparing simpler processes. We're talking about inclusion, We're talking about having tools that, like Mercado de Pago, of financial inclusion. They should be very easy and free to use. And that would include many persons in this new normal, in this new context. And to add something, there is also a gigantic side that is taken advantage of and that can be developed with those revenues that are being generated or income that is being generated that could accompany entrepreneurs or companies without any size discrimination. I think that people have used these tools. These tools should be available to all so that we all have access, so that everybody has access, and so that we accompany them, because they will not only be accompanying companies on one social side, but SMEs and entrepreneurs are the engine of the economy's recovery throughout the region. So I have no doubt in the sense that those who use it are using it well. And, if we include all of these companies, the benefit will be for all. Thank you very much, Martín. Would anybody else like to take part in this question, or would you like us to go to the next round? What do you think? Who would like to add something? I want to add just one thing. I think that this involves an important topic, a cultural topic in the region, in our region. Working on cultural matters. The state, believing that the state does things better than the private side. I think that this is a serious problem. There have been surveys in our country and in others where society mostly prefer a state company as opposed to a private company. And the truth is that this is the origin of many things. We do not trust business people and entrepreneurs. They have to be ethical, socially responsible, environmentally responsible. They have to work with that inclusion glance. And in the end, 99% of our business people and entrepreneurs, we have, of course, bad entrepreneurs and bad business people, just like we have bad politicians and bad attorneys. But societies that make progress are those who trust in their entrepreneurs, business people, as Martín said, as the engine for the development. And I think this is a very important topic. And in this sense, governments have to or should be making this change. The thing is that there are some political and ideological situations which, in the end, hinder this. I think that there is a big cultural issue behind. We have to go back to our origins in our Latin American region. This region became very large thanks to immigrants. Along with indigenous peoples, they built our nations, our homelands, with efforts and work. So I think that we need to work a lot, and I think that multilateral entities like CAF play a core role in this sense, a core role in terms of promoting this change and this revaluation of the role of entrepreneurs, of individual initiatives, of this promotion to entrepreneurs that will bring us and bring the region where they have to be. And nowadays, finally, I say that the regions no longer need financial capital, not even for infrastructure to make progress. They need to have talent. They need the fuel of the future. The commodity is knowledge. Our countries are full of this knowledge, but there is plentiful knowledge, and we must exploit this. I'd like to say that. So I think we have to also work on things that transform this into the cultural values of a region, of a nation.
I agree with you. What you said was very clear. A businessman told me once, "What do you think about what the president is saying?" And my answer was, "Well, I don't care. I don't care what he's doing as long as he doesn't get rid of my freedom because I have to work for my family. It depends on me. It does not depend on the government. And I think this is the mindset that we need to change because we depend on the government. We always want the government to solve every single problem. Businessmen that have gotten away from this idea are being successful. Carla, you wanted to mention something about this topic. Go ahead. There's another important topic, how we face risks. In order to grow these projects, and this is not only the role of private investors, this is also the role of multilateral organizations and governments because they are not willing to take up the risk. So we need to collaborate, to work hand in hand. We started with these companies right at the beginning, or we work with these companies right from the beginning, and we are willing to face the risk even though the uncertainties. However, the governments do not want to take up the risk. We have very good ideas and they cannot continue because of the lack of resources. So we need to look at this risk factor. We have to take up the risk along with private investors, but there is a gap. The valley of death, as it is called. It is fundamental to go through this valley with the participation of development banks and the government, because we want these ideas to thrive, these ideas that we are willing to help. So I think that there is something that we need to do in this regard. Very good answer, Carla. It is all about taking risks to support these companies, and we have to have a shared risk. If we do it, then the risk is not as big. And we're going to continue with the final round. We have a few minutes, and I want you to participate in this round, all of you. I want two things from you. One, your perspective, your business perspective when it comes to the creation of SMEs in the region for 2021. And the second thing that I want from you, we need inspiration. And you are leaders. One of the roles of a leader is to inspire others. Right now, some people are going through very rough times. And I would think it would be great if you could give us a message, not like the CEOs of your organizations, but as individuals. What are the things that you use as a source of strength in order to continue leading your teams and promoting change? Please tell us this. And we're going to start with Martin. Men first in this occasion. We have been mentioning different elements throughout the panel. We have identified different important topics in order to continue facing the pandemic. We're going to have a reduction of measures, but the situation is never going to be like it was before the pandemic. We're going to have a middle point. So we need to imagine this new reality and how we want to position ourselves as companies in this new reality. We have to think everything about this new normality. We need to start developing tools. We need to start developing the strengths that will make us stand out in this new normality, because this is an opportunity, as we mentioned right at the beginning. Every crisis is an opportunity, and we need to consider this as an opportunity to invest more in technology, to reinvent the way of working and working with our colleagues. The pandemic should be seen as an opportunity. And apart from this opportunity, we have the different skills of entrepreneurs. If we put the skills and the pandemic together, we are going to get something very good, and we are going to have better positioned companies. And what is it that you use in order to carry on amidst this environment of negativity, including the United States? I think they are not going through very good times. What is the source of strength for you? As an employee at Mercado Libre, because I'm not an entrepreneur, what really motivates me is to know that I am working towards the recovery of different economies, the economies of the region, in one way or the other. We have different activities like free training courses. I have participated as lecturer in different government chambers. The idea is to try to inspire the entrepreneurs towards the online business, and this really motivates me. This gives me stamina to carry on every single day. And obviously, also, we receive many orders at Mercado Libre, but we are looking for new segments that do not normally use Mercado Libre, but we want them to be part of the ecosystem. We want them to be part of the loop. Honestly, this is what motivates me. Thank you, Martin. Helping motivates you. Andrea, what is your perspective for 2021? I know we are going to continue with uncertainty, but what do you think about the future of SMEs in the following year? And what motivates you? What gives you strength? We focus on financial inclusion. The current situation, then, allowed us to say that this was the right path to follow. During the pandemic, a month ago, we started operations in Mexico. This is an example. We are not only in Argentina. Right now, we work in Mexico remotely. We look after our people. We look after our message. And we want to reach out to people with proposals and services. We try to listen to the needs of customers, always bearing in mind what happens within the company. We try to work with employees. We try to work with them even though we do it remotely. So we are very careful. We want to have every single aspect covered. And what is it that gives you strength when you feel like falling down? Sometimes people say, I don't want to continue. I want to carry on sleeping. What makes you wake up? Well, we work in the digital world. We have a product that is distant because we don't have a customer service office. We are fully digital. However, we are closer to the customer. Customers are sending us tweets, Instagram messages, or private messages thanking us. Very small things, for very small things. On an everyday basis, it doesn't seem to be something very relevant. When you receive or in normal circumstances, you say or you receive letters, well, thanking you for allowing people to put their money in a Walla account. But these messages really strengthen us. These thank you messages allow us to carry on. Thank you. Thank you very much for your answer, Andrea. Mariana, please tell us, what is your perspective as leader of your company and as a woman? What can you expect during 2021? Do you think this is going to be positive, negative? Is it going to be the same? I am an optimist. I think we will go through this crisis. The digital context that we have today represents a big opportunity. SMEs have got the opportunity to go digital and to reinvent ourselves, to be the owners of our own growth. So I am an optimist. I think we are going to go through. We are the drivers of our region, and we're going to continue working together in order to carry on. And what motivates me? Well, it is my passion, I would say, my passion to create and build. This is what I really like about learning with a social perspective. In the past, laboratoria was not around, and now we have laboratoria, and we have had an impact on thousands of lives for the better, and this is a big motivation for me, and this is rather linked to my purpose in life. Life is short. We go through this life in the blink of an eye, and we have to work on things that actually have a positive effect on society. Thank you, Mariana. And now, Tanya, your perspectives for 2021? I think this pandemic is challenging us in many senses, and I think this is good because we were thinking only in the status quo, the business as usual. We were thinking within the box, and right now we are asking ourselves what we are doing and with what purpose. What motivates me is towards a service that is even bigger than my own family. I am talking about the construction of my country, a more equitable society. And this pandemic has allowed us to create companies that not only are good for a country, but for the whole world. Hopefully, these companies will create fair jobs, equitable salaries, and more participation of women in their boards. Companies more aware of what we are doing. So this pandemic was a stop to ask ourselves, what is the purpose of all this? Because we have the climate change issue. And we have to face it, and we have to face it together by means of innovation, by means of businesses. This really motivates me. The previous path was leading to a very clear future. As a founder of an investment fund, as a founder of an organization that supports entrepreneurs, this is a huge task because poverty has increased significantly in the region. Now we have a double commitment, and we need a double amount of energy in order to continue supporting those families that do not have the same privileges. Families that cannot educate their children. So we are very excited to learn about these projects with new ideas that we have to escalate. Thank you. And now, Sylvia, what do you think about next year? And what moves you? What gives you stamina? Sorry about that. I am an optimist, but I am also a believer in reality. The pandemic has pointed out good things and very negative things, like poverty, especially in the region, the lack of inclusion, the existence of a political authoritarianism. It has pointed out difficult situations in terms of the freedom of acting. I see this reality, but I also believe in the capacity that humans have to modify the future. I work with the youth, and I see in them this willingness to do something with a purpose in terms of social issues, environmental issues, and that gives me hope. Obviously, we are going to face many obstacles. It all depends on the context of every single country. Some countries have a good context. In some other countries, we have serious problems, but we can build a future together. And I also believe in collaboration. These collaboration projects are going to be fundamental in order to build a better future. And the last element, and this was mentioned by many of my colleagues because they live these by means of their companies. I am talking about the power of technology for the good. An American thinker said before the pandemic that we were living a dichotomy between Paleolithical mindsets, Middle Age industries, and governments of gods. Now we have changed the terminology. It is not about the Paleolithical. Look at the organization of many companies, not at the level of governments. And in this regard, we have to mention the role of governments. But right now, we have a huge opportunity to use technology to find general solutions, goods and services to solve the big problems of humankind, as Walla is doing, as Mercado Libre is doing, or as co-capitalists are doing. So we have to use technology in an ethical way. And now, what motivates me? Well, two things. I have 3 children and 9 grandchildren. The smallest 1 year, so we have to work together in order to leave a better world for them. And also another motivation. I am leaving a footprint on others. We have a privilege, and these privileges have to be translated into services. If we can help others, if we can help them to have access to a better life, to be happier, well, this really motivates me. Thank you, Sylvia. And I want to thank the members of the panel. Thank you very much. My name is Genaro Mejia, and we do have an opportunity in the pandemic. We can generate a better region and a better planet. Thank you very much. Thank you to the members of this panel for sharing their experiences. And may I remind you that you can share your opinions using the hashtag CAFPymes. And you can follow us at AgendaCAF on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook.
A continuación daremos inicio a la última sesión de...
And now we're going to continue with the last panel of the day, public policies to boost SMEs towards a new economy. In order to start this panel, we have the special participation of the Ministry of Economics of Mexico, Gabriela Marquez Colin. She will be a key lecturer during this panel. Ever since 2018, she's Minister of Economy in Mexico. She's the first woman that takes this position in Mexico. She leads the Ministry of Economy, and she has fostered a strategic plan based on investment, diversification, and inclusion.
Sí, Carolina.
Secretaria, ¿nos escucha?
Minister, can you hear us?
Secretaria, ¿nos puede explicar qué?
We are ready to receive the minister. Good morning, everyone. I am very glad to participate at this CAF Conference with the subject, the new economy and the future of Latin American SMEs. Over the last 2 days, you have had different panels in order to talk about this very important subject. Today, I am going to talk about how to boost SMEs in the new economy. The previous panels, I have to say, have included discussions about the challenges and the opportunities for SMEs in the Latin American region. This is a very complex subject. The last months have also been very complex, especially from the point of view of MSMEs. But also because of the COVID-19 situation, because of this pandemic, we need to promote an economic recovery. In this recovery, we need to think how we want to boost promotional policies. In order to talk about the creation of these public policies to promote the development of MSMEs, it is important to talk about the impact that this crisis had on the lives of the citizens of our countries. Based on current information, and if we compare the poverty levels before COVID and the estimates of these levels after the COVID, well, this is a forecast, we have big challenges. On your screens, you can see the potential growth in terms of millions of people that might be going into poverty in different regions of the world. We have the specific case of Latin America in the first panel, and I don't want to talk about the specific details of the information, but we have an income level of $5.5 per day, with a drop of the income of 5%. On the first chart, you can see that there is a significant increase, just like in the rest of the world. But we have to say that medium-income countries will have a significant increase in terms of poverty. Next slide. On this slide, you have the same information, but now you have the percentages. As you can see, we are not expecting contractions greater than 20%. We are highlighting a contraction of 5%. But what is the meaning of all these scenarios? Well, half of workers in the region are informal, thus they don't have social protection. So, the sanitary crisis impact will have very big consequences. And these workers concentrate on activities that are affected by the lockdown. And because of this, the most vulnerable sectors of workers are the ones that are experiencing the biggest impact. And because of this, they go into poverty. In average, 2 out of 10 people can only work from home. This shows the vulnerabilities of our economies. These two charts showed you the dimension of the crisis, the dimension of what's already happened. We had to close the economy, we had the lockdown, and we had a reduction of the GDP. And now we have to see how we are going to develop, or how we are already developing public policies in order to mitigate the impact on SMEs. Many SMEs have been affected by the pandemic throughout the world. In this section, I will talk a specific survey including more than 100,000 businesses in 5 countries. This is just to give you a global perspective of the impact. And that's the title of the graph, the different impacts, especially in the case of micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises of the world. 65% of businesses concentrate in the hospitality business. 65% of hospitality business have had serious problems. Only 35% of financial companies have experienced this type of impact. What is the meaning of this difference? We have heterogeneous effects. This really shows that we have heterogeneous effects. We had the lockdown, and this has had an impact on the smallest businesses. And let me tell you how this affects the smallest sectors, those who have not been long enough in the market, those who have structural vulnerabilities. In terms of sales, we have 100,000 businesses that participated in the survey. 84% reported a decrease of their sales. That is to say, there is a quite significant impact on SMEs. 4 weeks after reducing mobility, the sales went down by 60 or 75%, and 16 weeks later, sales continued with a reduction. So that means that it is not only the impact or the quick impact of the financial phenomenon, as in previous crises. In this case, we have a long-lasting effect with decreases in sales by 40% after some time. In terms of employment, well, there is a big difference. 57% of businesses had to change their headcounts, but the micro companies were the ones that had the lowest reduction.
This is self-employment, family-owned businesses, and these are things that we already know. We have made this classification of enterprises in Mexico and in Latin America. And it is now very useful precisely when it comes to making a difference between the impact of the crisis. The financial decisions would be another one of the components that are derived from this survey. And it reveals that their indebtedness level has gone up, but there are variations between countries and companies. In general terms, we can say that large companies have had a capacity to resist, to have liquidity at least for 65 days, while micro enterprises have done this to 50 days. But we are certain that within the set of micro enterprises, there are also significant reductions and very significant variations between the different countries. Restrictions have also affected differently different sectors. I was saying before that small SMEs that are focused on lodging services increased. 65% of them experienced a very serious drop, while only 35% did in the financial services. They experienced or they were affected below the average. How have enterprises reacted to this 100,000 company survey? We can say that almost 1/3 has increased its sales. This is something that we have clearly seen in Mexico. We have seen it at the Secretariat. The COVID-19 pandemic has been as a catalyst of processes for IT or technological adoption, and it allows us to take these leaps as a way to survive. 21% have changed or added some type of product or service to adapt to change and to lockdowns due to the situations based on the lockdowns. And this characterization, despite it being very general, and despite us being able to examine data better, it does give us a view of this dimension, not only of the pandemic in terms of poverty, as we spoke in the beginning, but also in terms of how, at the global level, micro companies have been affected severely. And like we said in the beginning, now I will move on to talk about how we have faced and mitigated these effects at the federal government in Mexico. And here, I'd like to think that we have two strategies, and this is why we have a dual-way strategy. On the one hand, we were very aware from the start that lockdown would cause would seriously affect SMEs and especially the most vulnerable sectors. And this is why we designed a program to send direct transfers to the most vulnerable people and businesses, in this case, SMEs. but also to develop this was for micro companies, but we also provided support, financial support and non-financial support to the rest of the set. So at least from the start of lockdown at the end of March to date. Public spending, it was foreseeable. I'd like to mention something. On the one hand, we could be talking about finite resources to support SMEs. And what we did in that case was that we created during the first line of action, to support the most vulnerable micro companies. This was credit to the word. This was immediate assistance in the short term for survival during lockdown. And this would also help us to meet other objectives, which were to get closer to credit systems so that once we were at the recovery stage, we could recognize that these small businesses and self-employment systems could be or could have contact with a loan or financial support that would be similar to a loan. And we also enhanced the microcredits for the well-being program in such a way that emphasis was placed on micro enterprises. But in order to have or to complement this, with assistance, financial assistance, we joined this to a training process that is still ongoing in order to give sustainability to businesses during this stage. The last one was probably less known. The other one was about 1.4 million loans that were granted from early March. And the second line is related to what we call some more specific matters. We understood that given the financial restrictions, we had to concentrate on non-intensive ways to provide financial support. First of all, by promoting preferential access to the private banking, by approaching tools in order to strengthen the capacities in the financial industry, and not only helping SMEs to lower information and transaction costs based on a policy where we had a constant dialogue with people from the different sectors, public and private, and specifically in terms of programs that are promoted by the Ministry of the Economy. We have credit collaterals in partnership with the development banks. So these would be training tools in order to improve the productivity of companies, and this for the internal and external markets. Given the type of commercial or trade treaties that Mexico has, and this is a trans-Pacific treaty with Asia and USMCA with North America. So these would be channels to access the export platform and not only the internal market. So MSMEs, or MIPYMES MX, was organized as a platform where public institutions are working, private institutions as well, in such a way that they become a toolbox with training courses and funding offerings and courses for export and contact to or with the ecosystem, the SME or MSME context. We also prepared an explicit platform. We developed other platforms, digital platforms, that would be there to support the MIPYMES MX. I must say that MIPYMES MX has had very good acceptance amidst MSMEs, and there are several things: Export MX, Trade MX, and so forth. There are many digital tools: Exporta MX, Comercio MX. Many had been working before, and others, in the case of others, we speeded up the process so that they would be available from starting June and to date. And the link to suppliers of large companies inside and outside of the country. This strategy of financial inclusion has helped us to make these businesses have the basic tools, not only to make them more productive, so that they integrate to the digital economy, and so that this integration will lead to a global market integration as well. We have had to support and recognize the companies that do not have internet services. So we have guaranteed loans for companies, for cable companies that are going up to the last mile in order to provide internet access to these companies. We are also conducting an analysis, a technical analysis, that we have called intelligent specialization, so that we can identify economic activities at places where we find a potential to generate jobs and to improve the local economy, and also in order to improve the public-private situation. Another experience that we have developed and that we have attempted to make SMEs see, and which has been possible thanks to this moving towards the virtual side, is to enhance businesses. The most recent one, we have had several rounds ever since we started to experience the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic in the country. The last one was an exercise of women, Mujeres MX, for business women that export, to trying to open markets in Latin America. This has been an experience. Mujeres Puerta MX just started a couple of weeks ago, and we are now analyzing the results of this virtual business sector. And along with Mujeres Corte MX and other experiences that we have had throughout the year. So this could be a business round for the UK, and there have been other business rounds for with Middle Eastern countries. They all have provided us with information as to how to or where to place greater emphasis to support not only financial support, but also other types of rules. All of this information has also made us aware of the fact that it will be very difficult to go back, even once we are able to do so, to go back to in-person business rounds. And virtual rounds have become very attractive because they break away that MSMEs barrier. It will be important to continue with this. We also want to follow a deregulation strategy in order to facilitate MSMEs that were established or created in the market in informality. So we want to bring them into formality. We know that this is a challenge given the depth of the crisis and of the economic effects of the pandemic. But we are also developing a scheme of incentives so that they can enter or so that they can join in, so that new micro enterprises can join in the virtual space. Finally, I'd like to say that we are reviewing the way in which one can improve the situation as government vendors. This is another important lever that has been used, and we have to insist on this process with all of the entities so that it becomes a state policy, not only in the jurisdiction of the federal government, but also at the subnational and municipal level. With this, I would like to close my presentation. I'd like to thank you again for your invitation. I'd like to thank the Development Bank of Latin America. I'd like to thank all of the persons involved in organizing this two-day seminar. And I'd like to thank the participants that we have been following and heard during these 2 days. Again, thank you. And, well, the greatest success in your seminar. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your words, Madam Minister. With this, we now start the panel that will close this conference. I am pleased to give the floor to Alicia Salgado, anchor at Enfoque Noticias, who will be in charge of moderating this panel. Public policies to promote SMEs towards the new economy, please. Thank you so much. This is a challenging topic, speaking about public policies, but without them in a sector that accounts for close to 95% of the production capacity of our economies in Latin America. It turns out one of the, I would not say priority, but strategic priorities for the post-COVID-19 era. In general, I've been reading and seeing what our panelists have been working on. And between 25 to 30% of small and medium enterprises, and I would say also micro enterprises, which make up most of this set, have faced serious problems in terms of staying active during this big lockdown. Most of them stopped invoicing. They're facing liquidity crisis. Some closed. And the fact that about 30 to 40% are always performing in informality or in a subsistence economy, this makes the situation even more challenging. However, some think about job recoveries in key sectors such as the service sector, restaurants, bars, informal trade. And this is also very important for this important sector that is showing the huge challenge of inequalities in our countries. I'd like to welcome our panelists. Public policies is a big challenge to promote SMEs towards the new economy. Many of the times we think about public policies only as a tax stimulus, as a subsidy, or as subsidized credits, whereas many of the times they require technical and technological support in order to be able to include them. And this is why we would like to welcome all of them. Thank you so much, Carlos Andrade Melez. He chairs the Development Bank in Brazil. the system to support micro companies in Brazil from SEBRAE. This is the system that supports small and medium-sized enterprises. How are you and welcome. We also have Victoria Mas. She is a manager of public affairs and sustainability at the Chilean State Bank, the only state bank that also has some trade characteristics. It can lend directly to small and medium-sized enterprises and provides technical assistance as well. Welcome, Marcela Eslava, an extraordinary academician. At the end of June, she was appointed Dean of the School of Economics at the University of Andes. She has written over 76 articles. Some are the most widely seen. She has been awarded because of this, because she is an important proponent, and she has studied productivity, economy, and small and medium-sized enterprises, as well as public policies around them. Finally, we have João Carlos Ferraz. He is professor at the Federal University in Rio de Janeiro, former executive director of Benedexa, the development bank in Brazil, and also an attendee to the World Economic Forum. He knows very well industrial policies, especially for emerging, developing economies. Why don't we start with our panel? We will begin with Carlos Andrade Meles, president of the Brazilian Service to Support Enterprises. Welcome, Carlos. Thank you very much. I will ask all of the panelists to please keep their microphones off so that we can listen to our lecturer well. And when your turn comes, please turn it on again. Now we are ready to listen to you, Mr. Carlos. He's a former representative. I think we have some problems with hearing you.
Cumprimentando o Dr. Jorge Armati, vice-presidente, e o Dr. Luiz Carranza, presidente.
Carlos, we'll go back to you again in a second. Can you hear us? Alicia Salgado is a moderator. Thank you to Mr. Paz from Chile, Ms. Marcela Eslava from Colombia, and our dear Brazilian, Juan Carlos Ferraz. And I also want to greet the Secretary of the Economy in Mexico. I had the chance to listen to her presentation. Friends, and all those who are not heard, this is a very important topic in this seminar. We are discussing public policies in Brazil. We are reaching 99% of micro and small enterprises. Over 55% of people are working in micro enterprises. And those who deal with normal work. And I believe we have some audio problems. Our apologies. I will be talking a bit about the past, how we structured support so that micro and SMEs could have some public policies in Brazil. The first thing that we did was to create a parliamentary front in Congress to support micro and small enterprises. We institutionalized at the Federal Chamber of Representatives a legitimate support to the policies for the development of SMEs. In 2005 and 2006, we got the approval, or some laws were passed to support MSMEs. And these are very important laws for all of the continent to support MSMEs. So several years ago, the micro-entrepreneur and individual micro-entrepreneurs figure, well, these two entities for the formalization of SMEs made it possible, or gave us the possibility in Brazil to... We have no more sound. Sorry.
Mais de 7 milhões de pequenas empresas formais no Brasil.
We have a country and now during the pandemic and unemployment since March, people have looked for
$160 dias. Hoje nós estamos fazendo uma média de 3. Obviamente, o digital ajudou muito. Eu quero falar um pouco dessa formalização, que foi o primeiro grande passo para que você reconhecesse quem é quem no ambiente da empresa brasileira. Um outro aspecto muito interessante foi que, através da...
Another important aspect, based on this general law to provide support to them, is a living law, and this probably helped all of the countries in Latin America. This is a well-prepared law. It is updated, and this is what we did based on this general law for small and medium-sized enterprises. It brought about many benefits. For instance, attorneys, accountants, and organizers or organizations in society were not considered in this general law. We have close to 500 people that have become formal thanks to this law. And this gave us a very positive basis. In this sense, Brazil, using the power of the Brazilian constitution, the tax reform in Brazil for the micro and SMEs was prepared based on a scheme called the Simple Scheme. This is how it is called. The tax burden in Brazil nowadays is at around 35%. Nonetheless, for SMEs in Brazil, this is something constitutional, and we range between 4.5% in the industry sector, and from then on, our apologies, but sound comes and goes. This has been very important because we were talking about having many. We are very pleased because we see that the tax regime for SMEs is proportionately higher than
Sorry, we're having some sound problems, technical problems. It is not possible to carry on with the interpretation because of the sound quality. We apologize for this. Along with the federal government, we started getting rid of bureaucracy, especially when it comes to the development of SMEs in Brazil. We got rid of the limitations hindering the development of these small and medium-sized companies. Brazil has got a specific budget devoted to the development of SMEs. Again, we apologize for the technical problems. We are experiencing some connection problems. It is not possible to carry on with interpretation into Spanish and into English. The SEBRAE has a team that is distributed all throughout the country. When the crisis arrived, when the crisis started, we said the SEBRAE supports SMEs in Brazil. We told SMEs that they would have our support in every single circumstance. And we were to carry out monthly assessment in order to revise the progress. Carlos, thank you very much. Thank you very much for what you have shared. We're going to continue with the panel, and we now know about the situation in Brazil. When you were a deputy, you were able to issue the general law on SMEs, the law of 2006, and this is the foundation for the development of SMEs, and this is the mechanism that is updated in order to provide technical assistance and financial assistance to SMEs, including micro companies and people that provide economic services. And now we are going to continue with Victoria Paspa. Victoria, how are you doing? She is Manager of Public Affairs and Sustainability at the State Bank of Chile. Yeah, sorry, Chile. I was talking about Brazil. Okay, thank you, Victoria. She is an economist by the University of Barcelona in Spain. She is also a trade engineer, business manager at the University Adolfo Ibáñez and the Universidad Católica de Chile. And she has been the right hand of Sebastián Sichel at the State Bank, but also at the Ministry of Social Development and the Port of That is to say, institutions that have had a direct impact on the response given in terms of public policies to support SMEs. What are the challenges that we face nowadays in terms of public policies so SMEs can go into the new economy where the digital part becomes a critical factor? This is something that has increased its use exponentially. Like the minister said, there are many companies that are surviving without invoicing. Many of those companies have gone bankrupt. The companies that have been successful have been connected to internet, but without support. How do you do this in Chile? Well, very briefly, I want to tell you our focus during the pandemic in order to support our SMEs. As you said, companies stopped their activities overnight. It was necessary to work with those companies that continued their activities over the internet, but they had cash flow problems. We have the FOGAE in Chile. This is a support that is given through the banks. The companies go to the banks and ask for this credit. The government basically says, well, if this person doesn't pay, I will pay. We defined new conditions for the FOGAPRE, for this FOGAPRE credit with a very low rate. The state bank is a public first-level bank. The Corfo is a second-level bank, but our state bank is a first-level. Private banks were not quite sure about the implementation of this credit. Once I was told saying, when there is a sun, the banks, well, everyone gives you an umbrella, but if it rains, everyone takes the umbrella away from you. So as a public bank, we decided to go to the market and offer these credits, because many of the companies were being rejected by the private banking system. Right now we have about 250,000 credits already allocated. Half of those credits were given by the state bank. So we have a counter-cyclical function. We promote public policies. The bank started promoting these public policies, and there was a loop along with the private banking system because they felt motivated by what we were doing. This is about financing. Along with Corfo, the second-level bank, and along with the Ministry of Economy, we have tried to provide financing and support to companies in an accelerated way, because companies accelerated their digitalization in 5 years. They didn't follow the regular cycle. So there was a big acceleration in the adoption of technologies. This was a quick process, and as a bank, we decided to create training sessions. It was not only about giving them money, it was also an accompaniment process in order to help companies use the public tools. Sometimes businessmen are left isolated because the owners are the ones that do everything, cleaning, general manager, because we are talking about very small companies. So Thanks to these training courses, we have been able to make progress together. And we also have COPIME. The idea of COPIME was to give quicker access to the technology so companies could get in contact with their customers using different tools like marketplace. We also have subsidies, but we mainly focus on dynamic entrepreneurs, high impact ideas. So apart from the support, we concentrate on the banking aid. Right now, we are concentrating on the development of protocols. Uncertainty is the most difficult aspect for companies. If you have the CONAPO, well, we provide help in terms of digitization, in terms of financing. We are trying to support in that regard. And this is what businessmen have requested, the protocol. This is what really matters, the opening protocols. Because if they need to be ready with certain characteristics, well, all of those requirements require planning and training. And this is something that we need to have very clearly defined. We're working with the Ministry of Economy. We are working with the different sectors of the industry. We are listening to their needs and we are developing the protocols all together. Otherwise, we won't have a way of reactivating the economy. We need to find a common ground, a stable common ground. Thank you, Victoria, for letting us know about Chile. Later on, we will continue with you. And now we will continue with our great academician, Marcela Eslava. She has developed very interesting pieces of research on productivity and SMEs. What is the biggest challenge that the Colombian economy faces, but not only the economy of Colombia, but also the economy of the region, in order to reactivate SMEs that closed down and to allow the growth of those that didn't close to work with micro enterprises? We have listened to the response from Mexico and Brazil and also Chile. Do you think these are the right responses? Can we complement these with other public policies? Well, first of all, I want to say thank you for the invitation. It is a great pleasure to be here with you. And it is great to share this panel with my colleagues. Before giving an answer to your question about the things that we should be doing and the things that we shouldn't be doing, allow me to give you a general diagnosis of the Latin American entrepreneurship sector, because this is necessary information in order to define what we should be doing and what we shouldn't be doing. The main characteristic of this sector, as the minister said, is the prevalence of the informal market. It is difficult not to overstate this. Micro enterprises are mostly in this informality. Let me give you some numbers so you can have a benchmark. In many companies, 15% of employees in the sector are employed by micro enterprises. In Latin America, this amount goes beyond 60%. In some countries, like Mexico, this goes up to 80%. So we have a high concentration of people in micro enterprises. And this explains why we have a low average income Compared to advanced countries, people cannot find a job in dynamic companies, so they have to work in micro enterprises or they become freelancers. Or they create their own enterprises. Well, they are not really enterprises. These are not dynamic enterprises. This is only a way of surviving. This is a panorama of a great level of social fragility. And right now, because of the crisis that we are living, this implies a great exposition of these economies, especially in terms of social aspects. Thus, we cannot think of solutions. We cannot have actual solutions. We cannot think about mitigating solutions. Just like if we were in an economy where companies can survive lockdowns because they have the necessary muscle in order to go through low demand periods. A market that allows them to continue paying the lease or the salaries of their employees. They are formal companies and they have a formal relationship with the workers, so they have to continue with this relationship. But that's not reality in Latin America. So we are rather concerned because we need more extensive and participatory measures. But we have to assess the reality in order to allow them to survive. Well, what do we have to do? Or to recover, not only survive? In the assessment of the reality, we cannot tell the government to write a check to every single company so they can go through the crisis. That's not feasible. Besides, from a tax point of view, all governments have limitations. Even if they didn't have limitations, giving a check to cover 60 or 80% of the salaries of employees by the government, well, that's not feasible. That's not feasible for any government. And now let me give you an answer to your questions. We have two business segments, and this applies to the whole world. And this applies specifically in Latin America. We have a segment of companies that are highly dynamic, that have a future, and that can continue in a post-pandemic economy. They can recover and grow. And there is another segment which is very big in Latin America, companies that do not have these characteristics or features. Because of this, we need to think of two-dimensional policies. The first dimension of protection, the social protection, the protection of people that work in micro enterprises in the informal market in many cases. We are talking about activities that will not be able to survive this crisis. So we need to provide social assistance. We need to provide the possibility of an income in order to overcome the obstacle. And we need to support these people by transforming their skills so they can adapt to the new post-pandemic economy. And then there is another segment, a segment that has a future. I am not only talking about medium or big-sized companies or small dynamic companies. I am talking about companies that have a perspective of surviving these crises. In this segment, We have the cases of Chile. These are the supports given in Chile and Brazil. This type of support allows companies to reconvert. This can be a credit and not a subsidy. When there is a credit, from the perspective of the company, there is a promise of a commitment. The idea that they can survive because people believe in them. And then they will have to do some efforts in order to pay back the credit. Most Latin American countries are beyond the lockdowns. In the case of lockdown countries, well, we can apply subsidies because the surviving of companies does not depend on their dynamism. They are not allowed to sell their products. And finally, the state is not only to provide direct contacts with the companies. Many companies will require many things from the business framework that the government needs to develop. If we are going to start using the digital world, if you are to become a new company, for instance, a health service company with a physical place, many of the regulations pertain to the physical characteristics of that site. They have to do with the labor market in the country. And now they have to work with telemedicine. Many of the collaborators are not even present. They are even working for other companies. So this needs or this calls for the adjustment of regulatory frameworks and also the strengthening of the digitization capabilities of the whole country, to have access to the infrastructure and to have access to the necessary resources. This is a very interesting proposal, and this is going to be key for the following part of this webinar. And I think this is the main focus of the Andean promotion organization, a more digital society that can adapt to the new demands of consumers, that can adapt to the transformation of consumption in our countries. And now before continuing with Joao, I want to thank, and I know this is difficult because we have had some connectivity problems. The quality of Carlos' internet was not very good. Carlos Andrade Meyes, president of SEBRAE. We are all doing a home office, but sometimes the internet connection is not good enough. He got disconnected. He will be able to join us at any time, but right now he's not part of the panel. Now, Joao, you will have to help us with Brazil. He has a PhD in philosophy by Sussex University and professor at the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro, and he's one of the main lecturers of the World Economic Forum because his proposals of industrial policies and the inclusion of SMEs have become quite popular in the business and corporate world. Because sometimes we make a separation between the corporate world and the SMEs. The Bank of Mexico carries out a survey, the Credit Business Survey, and it takes into consideration all the companies, all the listed companies. And according to the financial reports, it defines how much of the business is financed by formal credit mechanisms or by means of their suppliers. 72% of financing of big listed companies comes from SMEs, small and medium-sized companies, their suppliers. big suppliers, tier 1, tier 2 suppliers. But if we look at the breakdown, there is a surprise because the supplier of the supplier is financed by an SME and so on. And the basis of the corporate structure is SMEs. And sometimes they have to withstand difficult payment situations. And also the lack of a clear tax regime. There are some economic activities that are fundamental in the new economy, for instance, industrial recycling of trash, metal, paper, and these activities are performed by MSMEs. And this is something that we cannot account for in tax records because there is no regime. What have you done in Brazil? Carlos was talking about the SME regulation. What is the support provided by the Central Bank of Brazil? How are you linking big corporations and the SMEs? Thank you very much, Alicia, for opening this space so we can participate. And thank you for allowing us to participate with such distinguished participants so we can reflect on policies. We have had 2 days of very intense conversations, and CAF has really promoted a very interesting initiative. How to make progress in the framework of what you are mentioning. How to support SMEs by studying transforming initiatives. In this framework, we academicians have to think about how to explore the opportunities. If we look at the case of Brazil, I am going to give you a general perspective. These are optimistic perspectives as to how to find opportunities. Based on your speech and Carlos' speech, well, I would say that the political organization to defend SMEs is of utmost importance. Carlos mentioned that in the Brazilian Congress there is a group of people that defends the interests of this segment of the business arena in a transparent way. And there is another central factor along with the political vision and leadership of those who have been elected as officials. In the past, this general law was presented, a law that opens spaces, that makes a difference between MSMEs and other sectors of the economy. And as a concrete consequence, we have what Carlos mentioned, a tax regime that is completely different for this segment. So the political base is essential to actually open spaces for the development of MSMEs. You talked about the participation of companies in the value chains. As Marcela did, I am going to take a step backwards in order to sort of organize how I perceive MSMEs. This is not only based on my experience. This also depends on service on digitization, service that we have conducted in different industrial industries. In Argentina, in Brazil, and then in Africa and Southeast Asia. And these are the results. We asked companies what they use to generate digital solutions. Let's take the case of Argentina, for example. The most advanced solutions during 2018, only 14% were using those advanced technologies. Only 14%. In the case of big companies, 43%. But this is after the pandemic, everything changed. No, please listen to me. In the future, in 5 or 10 years, information indicates that we are going to have 58% of MSMEs are going to use these technologies. And obviously, big companies are going to take the lead. What happens, Alicia? Back then, we started to use these technologies for these type of events, for classes. But in the case of production processes, well, these production processes have not started using this technology really. We have had better relationships between the customers and the suppliers. We asked the companies, but in a way, we need to interconnect the different elements in the same way. There were some cases, companies that took steps backward because their suppliers were not at the level expected. When talking about digitalization, it is very difficult to talk about people. But this process is going to continue even after the pandemic. Now the question is, how can we profit from this new opportunity? Based on the reflections that we developed, we can break companies into 3 different groups, and this is not because of the degree of advancement that they have. Depending on the use of technology that they use, we need different types of policies. What Marcela was saying was very important. We need to develop different policies depending on the type of company. It's not the same to talk about startups than big companies. So we have 3 groups of companies. Innovation companies, following SMEs, and learning SMEs. For each of them, we have different needs in terms of policies because they have got different challenges, and it is necessary to make a difference. For innovation companies, the public policy needs to be willing to take up risk with a portfolio strategy, with an exit and with an entrance and exit door, alliances with the capital market. This is a style completely different. We have the case of mining in Chile, farming in Brazil, in the case of soybeans. The agenda, the public policy agenda is going to be different. In this case, we have to take up the risk.
And as you said, what matters here, and we have experiences from Nafisa in Mexico, where they have business platforms or negotiation platforms in order to increase the important part that the private sector plays, because they are established in value chains and some of them are specialized, and its technical capacity must be strengthened, technical assistance must be strengthened. But to promote the role that the private sector plays in facilitating business. And we also have companies that learn, or apprentice companies. Basically, the programs that Victoria was talking about. Technical assistance programs have been very interesting, have impacts in the growth in productivity of 20% in Brazil. And this is public policy of the IDB and a professional training institution and the Ministry of Industry. These are training courses that have to have counterparts in business people so that they are committed. That's extremely important. And here I think that our companies can have some abilities, but with a mobile phone, we gain potential. Yes, exactly. Companies have to execute this, but cooperators of business people, by using this instrument, if this instrument is nowadays a lot more than a communications instrument. In the last year, we had some solutions. Why not incentivize companies and SMEs that are innovative in order to find solutions? And here we have a world, and it is very important for us to pay attention. For this, I think it is necessary to see some policy experiences that I'd like to mention afterwards. Those comments will be pending because unfortunately we have run out of time for this panel. It has been a very interesting panel. The experience in the 3 countries that has been mentioned also by the Secretariat of the Economy. We see that there is an important movement in the governments in the region. And I think that even when others are not present, it applies to them as well, in order to support the basis of the Latin American economy, SMEs. There is no doubt that the challenge is big in terms of informality, inequalities, in terms of technology, access to credit, survival. This is a sector that Marcela Eslava mentioned. Thank you very much, Marcela, for your participation. And also there is another sector. The banks sometimes react when they are thrown down. They always say that they have credit and capacity for financing. However, many of these companies are individuals. They are persons. And they sometimes close personal loans because their past due portfolio has gone up, because the reserves are up or bankruptcies go up due to the financial crisis. So I think that they should also review their internal and risk policies in order to see this. Good that there is a possibility of a bank that places this as the first tier, because in Mexico some stayed at the second tier, with the exception of one, which is an agricultural one. And on the other hand, also thank you very much, Victoria Paz, Manager of Public and Sustainability of the Bank of Chile. Thank you for your participation. And João Carlos Ferraz, Professor of the Federal University in Rio de Janeiro. Thank you very much. To close, a conclusion that will not take you more than 1 minute. How to achieve what João Carlos was telling us, to use mobile phones and connectivity as an element to pull linked to loans in order to promote small and medium enterprises. You have the floor, Victoria. I think that technology topics are infinite. And now it's a matter of being interconnected. As a bank, the state bank, we are 18 or 19 million Chileans, and the state bank has 13 million accounts. We are in the pockets of all of these, and if we are in the pockets of all the Chileans, and phones are in the pockets of all Chileans, then we have to achieve more things that can be done like this. This is our big challenge. We are playing in this field in order to facilitate things for companies and firms with the 2 things that they have in their pockets: the current account of the state bank and their mobile phone. Joao Carlos, you have the floor. This is the link for digital financial services. But to do financial business, financial services, financial companies, it could be. But what if we're not talking only about finance? Yes. Apps, like you said, how to link a man, the man that shines shoes, that invests in taking care of shoes, or a person that bakes bread, that takes bread to your home, or that sells it at the corner. How to link this, how to link those that are providing nails to a company that sells to an automotive company. We are talking about variety. The SME world is a world of variety and of heterogeneity. And we have to become more efficient. We have to massify some solutions by customizing and tailor making it based on the needs of customers. What we have here is we have to incentivize those who develop solutions, and for that we need to have policies that are digitized as well. Public policies must be digitized as well. We need to have a state public policy and a policy capacity, technical capacities in our public agencies. They should be at the level of the needs. Yes, I think this is a challenge, and here we have some. When we start to read this, well, we see that this is a marketplace. I'd rather go to the real one. But yes, you are right. This is just something that is drawing our attention. Yes. We have. You touched upon inclusion. This is the wound. Financial inclusion, legal inclusion. This is a difficult sector. So this is something that no one can do but the state, and this is to have the internet everywhere. That is absolutely fundamental. We also have some other capacities that have not reached everybody. There are some nice programs that it would be easy to escalate of providing support to companies. This simply is related to the adoption of digitization, how to reach online customers, how to deliver a product quickly. What do customers need? And this based on the preparation of basic guidelines and the mass distribution of guidelines for companies. Of course, this focused on micro companies. Others have these capacities already. Thank you so much. And also thank you to Carlos Andrade Meles from Sebrae, Brazil, although he wasn't able to connect. Thank you very much, Marcela Eslava. Thank you. And to Joao Carlos Ferraz and Victoria Paz. Thank you so much, and you have the floor. Thank you, Alicia. Thank you to the panelists for this interesting exchange of experiences and perspectives. I am now honored to give the floor to Mr. Mario Rodriguez, Joint General Director of NAFINSA, who will be giving us the closing words for this event. Welcome, Joint General Director. Thank you so much for your invitation. Thank you, CAF, for taking part in closing this important event. I see that we are about to be on time to close this event, so my words will be short. On behalf of the General Director of NAFINSA and Mr. Carlos Noriega, who sends his warm greetings. Unfortunately, he had to attend a meeting at the National Palace and is unable to join us. I'd like to summarize what we are doing in practice in the two institutions that these are Nacional Financiera and Banco de Comercio Exterior, or Foreign Trade Bank, and in terms of SMEs under this very dramatic situation that we are facing regarding health and financial depression globally. In our opinion, since I am in the strategic planning area, it is very important to recognize the reality, the actual situation that we are experiencing. And we must start to look in the long term, and in the short and very short term, we must act. This means that we have to be with our feet on the ground with programs that, number one, have the purpose of safeguarding SMEs from these two crises. And second, we would have to take that as an idea. It would be a window where we could start to plan and to carry out medium and long-term actions. At present, Bancomext and NAFIN are working in three large areas. One, as I said earlier, is to contribute to the survival of SMEs that are the national foundation that accounts for 70% of jobs in the country. Second, to help national enterprises to take advantage of this economic opportunity window that was opened when the USMCA came into force, the United States, Mexico, and Canada Free Trade Agreement, as well as the series of treaties and agreements that we have entered with Latin American countries and Central American countries. This means that it is not that we have left digitization on the side, but we first have to look at survival. So second, we have to offer a mechanism or a means that takes advantage of what we have now on the table, and this is to protect the value chains that we had already built for 20 to 25 years for our trade. You may be well aware that Mexico has a very open external sector. Our economy is exposed to external shocks in an amazing way because it is so open, and we thus must, one, pay the price, and two, take advantage of the opportunities. For us, it is very important to keep SMEs as vendors of these U.S. and South American chains of production and manufacturing, so that they can be used as a mechanism to survive the impacts of the pandemic and the impacts of, like I mentioned earlier, the economic depression in the world. We cannot call it a recession because it is not. Technically speaking, we are in a depressive state. And first of all, to have a vision of a medium-term vision to promote a specific chain in the country that we can increase and strengthen, and so that we can generate economic activities and foreign trade. This is the case of innovative companies in the agro-industrial sector. They are directly linked to comparative advantages. I'm talking about our ultra-competitive sector, even in cases of crisis like the pandemic and the economic crisis. This is the case of the food that comes from the southern part of Mexico and northwestern part of Mexico especially, and they are all of the tropical fruit varieties and vegetables that we have in these areas, and of some crops that are or that have become more important. Amazing. Given the pandemic situation, there has been more demand for foods and pharmaceutical products with a recovery value to help human health. They have been growing amazingly. This has been the basis for the good behavior of the Mexican external sector, even at times of crisis. And much of this is due to the activities that we can now organize at the SME level and MSMEs in the southeastern part of Mexico. We are thus developing quickly possibilities to reach the market in order to create small and medium enterprises and to consolidate the supply of their production in order to use the channels where we still have mobility in international trade. And these are basically the destination markets of North America, United States, and Canada. They are demanding these types of products, nutritional products. This is just a small comment because I have no more time left to expand on this. So these are the three. The strategy to support or to keep alive the SMEs activities. Once we design and once we have been able to overcome this stage, we will start to design the strategies of the pillars of a medium and long-term strategy in order to promote our mobility towards the northern market or southern markets. And we would thus concentrate on logistics platforms that the SMEs need in order to produce in Mexico in the different regions of the world. And we must remember that Mexico is not just one economy, the different regions, and to mobilize them to international markets. We are planning, as a first pillar and strategy, to create a logistics platform from South America to all the way to the Arctic Circle in Canada. So this is from the south of South America to up north in the Canadian Arctic Circle with a nautic ladder and railroad and highway infrastructure that is strengthened so that Mexico can be used as a hub in order to bring in more production from South America to the north and to Asia and Europe. We have the best logistics in order to become a hub for North America, for Central and South America. And we are working on this, looking at the priority programs for President López Obrador. And this is designing the transoceanic corridor between the Pacific Ocean and the Gulf of Mexico that will connect us immediately to the means of communication to Europe on one side and on the west towards the Pacific to Asia. So we're thinking about, in some years, have direct connections in the north to the Baltic and Nordic countries and to the Canadian Arctic Circle. I'm mentioning it as a limit, going through the US and Canada territory. and towards Asia, considering our commercial relationship with Japan, with the Soviet Union, China, and all the southeastern countries. This is to give life to texts. They are the agreements that we have entered in the last few years. President López Obrador wants to take advantage of this in order to generate and to promote the southeastern part of the country. I close my presentation with this, and I'd like again to congratulate CAF for the excellent work they are conducting to condition this region and this consolidation stage of a crisis. We hope to leave it behind quickly and to build a better world, not only for the region, but for the whole world. Thank you very much. And thank you, CAF, again. And we will continue to work as partners, allies, and brethren. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mario Rodriguez, for your words. We would like to thank all of the moderators and all the panelists that have joined us during these 2 days. We will now begin the award ceremony at the Ibero-American level of the University Essay Contest.
En un año como ningún otro, marcado por la crisis provocada por el COVID-19, impulsamos a la juventud universitaria de América Latina a unirse al reto de encontrar soluciones a los desafíos más urgentes que enfrenta la región a través del concurso de ensayo Ideas para el Futuro 2020. Un total de 3.444 estudiantes inscriptos, provenientes de 19 países, presentaron sus propuestas para impulsar el desarrollo sostenible y la recuperación económica de América Latina. Tras un minucioso proceso de selección y calificación, 15 estudiantes latinoamericanos fueron seleccionados como ganadores nacionales de la segunda edición del concurso de ensayos universitarios, cuyos trabajos reflejan las principales preocupaciones, retos y soluciones que los líderes del futuro plantean para nuestros países. Con el apoyo de los bancos centrales de los países de CAF, el jurado eligió a los 3 ganadores iberoamericanos, a quienes presentamos a continuación.
CAF, Banco de Desarrollo de América Latina, junto a los bancos centrales de sus 19 países accionistas, organizó por segundo año consecutivo el concurso Ensayos Universitarios Ideas para el Futuro. Este concurso tiene como objetivo recoger la visión de jóvenes universitarios sobre los desafíos para el desarrollo que enfrenta América Latina y el Caribe. Nos acompaña Víctor Rico, secretario general de CAF, para dar inicio a la ceremonia de premiación de los 3 ganadores regionales de este concurso.
Muy buenas tardes a todos y bienvenidos a este acto que hoy celebramos para premiar el talento de los jóvenes de nuestros países. Me complace anunciar que después de un proceso de 6 meses, donde hemos revisado cerca de 600 ensayos de casi 3.500 estudiantes, registrados y provenientes de los 19 países accionistas de CAF, nos acompañan los ganadores de la segunda edición del concurso de ensayos universitarios Ideas para el Futuro, concurso que por segundo año consecutivo realizamos en conjunto con los bancos centrales de la región y este año con el apoyo adicional de la Secretaría General Iberoamericana. El día de hoy reconocemos el trabajo de 3 estudiantes que han reflexionado sobre aspectos tan importantes como el rol de las pymes en nuestras economías, las nuevas estrategias de desarrollo económico enfocadas en el fomento de las industrias digitales y propuestas para incrementar las exportaciones en América Latina. Estos temas son de gran actualidad y no son ajenos a la crisis del COVID-19 que estamos atravesando.
Experiencing.
propuestas para incrementar las exportaciones en América Latina. Estos temas son de gran actualidad y no son ajenos a la crisis del COVID-19 que estamos atravesando. Esta crisis está poniendo a prueba la capacidad de resistencia de nuestro modelo social, del funcionamiento de la economía y de forma especial está poniendo a prueba la capacidad de respuesta de nuestros gobiernos y de nuestras instituciones públicas. Y los jóvenes tienen un papel central en esto. Y no porque los jóvenes sean más resilientes que nosotros, sino porque nunca ha habido tantos jóvenes como generación en la historia de la humanidad que como hoy. Y estos jóvenes los encontramos mayoritariamente en países en desarrollo como los nuestros. Los jóvenes y las jóvenes, y especialmente ellas, que ya enfrentaban dificultades para estudiar o para trabajar o para acceder al ejercicio de sus derechos, deben enfrentar los obstáculos adicionales que la crisis del COVID-19 les ha puesto en el camino. Esta crisis representa también una oportunidad para impulsar un nuevo modelo de desarrollo que apueste por economías que sean más resilientes y sostenibles, menos desiguales y más integradas. Y los jóvenes tienen algo que decir. Los más de 500 ensayos que recibimos están repletos de ideas para el futuro de 19 países distintos. Quiero terminar estas palabras dando mis sinceras felicitaciones a los 3 ganadores del concurso de ensayo que Rebeca anunciará a continuación y recordar que el primer lugar de este certamen recibirá el premio Guillermo Perry en honor a un destacado economista colombiano y latinoamericano, amigo de CAF, que nos dejó el año pasado. Este concurso es un homenaje a su trabajo y al de todos aquellos que trabajan para el desarrollo y la integración de América Latina y el Caribe. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, secretario, por sus palabras. Y se acabó el suspenso. A continuación, Rebeca Greenspan, secretaria general iberoamericana y vicepresidenta de Costa Rica, en su calidad de representante del jurado internacional del concurso, anunciará a los 3 ganadores de esta edición 2020 de Ideas para el Futuro.
Buenas tardes, amigas y amigos. Saludo con especial cariño al presidente de la CAF, Luis Carranza, y al secretario general de la CAF, Víctor Rico, y los felicito por esta iniciativa, porque la CAF, consciente del gran potencial que existe en los jóvenes de la región, convocó por segundo año consecutivo a nuestros estudiantes universitarios de Iberoamérica para que participaran en un concurso de ideas que ayude a construir un futuro mejor para América Latina y el Caribe. Hoy, en que estamos sumidos en una de las crisis más profundas y complejas que hayamos vivido nunca, estas ideas son extremadamente valiosas, máxime por su fuente, la generación que está convocada a liderar este siglo, la generación más educada que ha tenido esta región en su historia. Como secretaria general iberoamericana, fue un honor participar como miembro del jurado internacional de esta iniciativa que escucha a los jóvenes de nuestra región. Los más de 500 ensayos recibidos y los 15 excelentes finalistas confirman que Iberoamérica es una región audaz y vibrante, con grandes pensadores, mentes abiertas, buenas ideas y un enorme talento como el que premiamos hoy en esta ceremonia. Me complace a continuación anunciar en nombre del jurado a los 3 estudiantes ganadores de la edición 2020 del concurso Ideas para el Futuro. El primer lugar es para Omari Joseph, de la Universidad de West Indies, en Trinidad y Tobago, ganador del premio Guillermo Perry por su ensayo Backbone Project. Su ensayo abordó el rol de las pymes, las pequeñas y medianas empresas, como la columna vertebral de las economías de América Latina y el Caribe, estudiando los estímulos para el desarrollo de estas empresas, tal y como lo hizo su país, Trinidad y Tobago. En la situación de crisis actual, Omari afirma que es clave centrar la atención en nuestras pequeñas y medianas empresas para la reactivación económica. El segundo lugar es para Kevin Steven Mujica, de la Universidad de los Andes en Colombia, ganador del segundo premio regional por su ensayo La economía digital, clave para el desarrollo económico de América Latina en un escenario post-COVID-19. Su ensayo reconstruye el panorama de la desaceleración económica de la región, la cual enfrenta un círculo vicioso de dependencia de exportaciones de materias primas y una baja productividad que dificulta el desarrollo de nuevas industrias con alto valor agregado. Tomando como ejemplo el modelo de crecimiento de Corea del Sur, Kevin propone una estrategia de desarrollo económico enfocada en el fomento de las industrias digitales en un ejercicio riguroso y muy relevante en la coyuntura actual. El tercer lugar es para Nazarena Marano, de la Universidad Torcuato Di Tella en Argentina, ganadora del tercer premio regional con su ensayo Repensando los acuerdos de libre comercio de América Latina, una herramienta para aumentar exportaciones. Nazarena analiza en su ensayo los aspectos y las dimensiones de la economía política que se deben considerar al momento de diseñar la agenda de negociaciones externas de los países de la región en miras de incrementar las exportaciones en América Latina. Para esto, Nazarena se basa en la historia y experiencia de negociaciones ya concluidas, así como las diferencias en la estructura de exportaciones y de aranceles vigentes que capturan la heterogeneidad productiva latinoamericana. Mis más sinceras felicitaciones a nuestros 3 ganadores. Antes de despedirme, quisiera agradecer a todos los y las jóvenes que participaron en esta edición del concurso e invitarlos a ellos a seguir trabajando, seguir ofreciendo ideas y maneras de implementarlas. Nuestra región necesita más que nunca nuevas ideas para salir de esta crisis más fuertes, más justos, más resilientes, más prósperos, pero sobre todo más juntos como comunidad y como región. Cuídense mucho y muchas gracias.
Tras escuchar el mensaje de la secretaria Greenspan, invitamos a Omari, Kevin y Nazarena, ganadores del concurso, para compartir sus ideas para el futuro. Omari, ganador del premio Guillermo Perry, que nos acompaña desde Puerto España. Congratulations. Por favor, cuéntanos sobre tu ensayo.
Thank you very much. My proposal for a better future for Latin America and the Caribbean is one where governments create a better business environment so that it's easier for small businesses to get started and make meaningful contributions to their community and to their country. Things like improving SME access to finance, improving national information and communications technology, ICT infrastructure, should be at the top of government agendas. ICT infrastructure is very important for e-commerce, which is key to 21st century business, especially in the current time. It is also important for us to deepen regional integration by improving our transportation linkages. This is for commercial purposes and for the movement of people as well. In the Caribbean and Latin America, we live side by side, but it seems that language acts as a great barrier between us. Business and regular travel could help us to engage in cultural exchange. As ECLAC's Executive Secretary, Alicia Barcena, summarized, she said that deepening regional integration must be at the center of every strategy for emerging from this crisis. This entails strengthening our own production linkages and promoting intra-regional trade, which is more intensive in manufactured goods. These proposals, in my opinion, are relevant because the statistics and the reality is quite clear. Millions of people across the region and their families rely on SMEs, the proverbial backbone of the economies. They rely on these SMEs for employment and for many products and services. These businesses are the worst affected by the current situation because of their unique vulnerabilities. Having poor business environments will not encourage startup creation during and after the crisis, nor would it help the economic recovery. Most important are the millions of people affected by the crisis. And to close, es un honor para mí ser nombrado del ganador del premio Guillermo Perry. Felicitaciones a los otros ganadores y finalistas. Como una persona de habla inglesa, quiero decir que no fue fácil, pero sus artículos fueron perspicaces y con muchas ideas geniales. Quiero agradecer a CAF por darnos la maravillosa oportunidad de poder compartir nuestras ideas con ustedes y el mundo. Aprendí muchas cosas mientras participaba en este concurso y este premio ayuda mucho a un estudiante a punto de graduarse. Gracias a todos los que me ayudaron en el camino y una vez más, gracias a CAF.
Gracias, Omar, y muchas felicitaciones. Kevin, desde Bogotá, también a ti muchas felicitaciones. Ahora cuéntanos tú sobre tus ideas para el futuro.
Muchas gracias, Dulce. ¿Cómo estás? Buenas tardes para todos y todas. Mi nombre es Kevin Steven Mojica Muñoz y mi propuesta para lograr un mejor futuro en América Latina consiste en apostarle que los países de la región le apuesten a las industrias con mayor proyección a largo plazo. ¿Cuáles son esas industrias con mayor proyección a largo plazo? Son las industrias digitales, las industrias de la innovación, las industrias de la cuarta revolución industrial. Esa es la clave para lograr un crecimiento económico sostenido que lleve a los países de la región a superar los grandes problemas de pobreza y desigualdad que vive nuestra gente hoy en día. El escenario de coronavirus ciertamente ha generado muchos problemas, tanto económicos como social, pero creo yo es el momento ideal, esa ventana de oportunidad para implementar esas reformas que tanto nuestra región ya venía exigiendo desde hace buen tiempo. Para darles un contexto económico, nuestra región es altamente dependiente de las materias primas, a la exportación de materias primas, sobre todo en el sector externo. Y eso lo que ha hecho es que nuestros países sean vulnerables a las volatilidades internacionales y que sobre todo no haya habido un crecimiento en la productividad de nuestros países. Eso es lo que nos condena a que en el largo plazo terminemos produciendo bienes de bajo valor agregado. Y eso ciertamente es un problema porque retrasa el desarrollo económico en la región. Tomando esto en cuenta, yo consideré un referente de desarrollo y es el caso de Corea del Sur. Corea del Sur logró en 30 años pasar de ser un país pobre a ser un país líder, de vanguardia, un país que marca la pauta en temas de tecnología, en temas de innovación, en temas de industrias digitales. ¿Cómo hizo eso Corea del Sur? Básicamente por una apuesta estatal fuerte en la promoción y el fomento de las industrias que marcaban en ese momento las demandas de la cuarta revolución industrial, las industrias digitales, las industrias de la innovación, las industrias de la tecnología. Creo yo que eso es lo que debemos hacer en América Latina si queremos lograr tener un desarrollo económico sostenido y un crecimiento económico sostenido a largo plazo, pero requiere ciertamente un compromiso de parte de todos los gobiernos y requiere acciones concretas para lograrlo. En mi ensayo yo finalizo generando un conjunto de opciones para esto, pero ciertamente no son las únicas y hay muchas más. Esto simplemente abre la discusión sobre las industrias digitales como motor de crecimiento económico en la región. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias a ti, Kevin, por tus comentarios y enhorabuena. Ahora es el turno de Nazarena, que nos acompaña hoy desde Buenos Aires. Muchas felicidades, Nazarena, y bueno, cuéntanos sobre tu ensayo.
Hola, bueno, primero muchas gracias al CAF por esta oportunidad y nuevamente felicitaciones a Omar y a Kevin por sus respectivas premiaciones. Creo que fue muy interesante ver cómo todos los ganadores nacionales tenían temáticas muy diferentes, así que la consigna fue abordada desde muchos temas. Yo puntualmente en mi ensayo lo quise abordar, o sea, los dilemas de desarrollo de América Latina los quise abordar desde la cuestión de las exportaciones. Y elegí este tema porque entiendo que la restricción de divisas es algo que se viene debatiendo en la literatura latinoamericana como uno de los obstáculos para el desarrollo desde hace varias décadas. Puntualmente, mi ensayo se enfoca en los acuerdos de libre comercio y lo que busca es discutir cuáles son los elementos que intervienen en esta idea de que los acuerdos de libre comercio pueden ser herramientas efectivas y potentes como mecanismos para aumentar las exportaciones en los países de América Latina. Creo que es un tema que está bastante vigente porque efectivamente todos los países de América Latina firmaron al menos un acuerdo de libre comercio. Sobre todo todos tienen hoy por hoy, incluso en la situación en la que están, al menos tienen una agenda abierta de negociaciones comerciales con al menos algún otro país. En definitiva, en el trabajo yo lo que analicé fueron 3 elementos. El primero es que me parece que es importante evaluar la estructura arancelaria de los socios con los que se quiere negociar acuerdos de libre comercio, entendiendo que cuanto mayores sean esas barreras en los segmentos que se quieren fomentar las exportaciones, mayor puede ser el incentivo a negociar en esos espacios, pero sobre todo teniendo en cuenta que las consecuencias que puede traer eso en términos de la apertura arancelaria, que firmar un acuerdo implican reciprocidad. Entonces, tener en cuenta los efectos que eso puede tener sobre la producción doméstica, que me parece que es un dilema que está bastante más vigente en los países del Mercosur, sobre todo, que son los que hoy en día mantienen los aranceles relativamente más elevados de la región. Y por último, uno de los temas que destaca en el ensayo es que me parece que es muy importante cada vez que se hable de esfuerzos en materia de negociaciones comerciales, tener en cuenta la importancia de coordinar la agenda doméstica con la agenda internacional, porque un país puede hacer muchos esfuerzos en abrir nuevos mercados, pero esos esfuerzos probablemente van a tener muy poco efecto si no se acompaña con una agenda de competitividad interna que ayude a que los productos efectivamente puedan encontrar esos mercados internacionales y salir al mundo. Así que bueno, cualquier comentario sobre el ensayo, más que bienvenido, me encanta discutir sobre estos temas y nuevamente muchas gracias al CAF por esta oportunidad.
Muchas gracias, Nazarena, y muchas gracias, secretario general, secretaria iberoamericana, y felicitaciones nuevamente a los 3. Con estas emotivas palabras de nuestros jóvenes, damos por concluida esta conferencia y la ceremonia de premiación del concurso de ensayos universitarios Ideas para el Futuro. Esperamos que sean muchos más estudiantes quienes participen en la edición 2021 del concurso. Agradecemos a nuestros media partners, El País y El Economista. Recuerde que todas las sesiones de ayer y hoy ya se encuentran disponibles en nuestra página www.caf.com. Muchas gracias por acompañarnos durante estos 2 días de conferencias desde la Ciudad de México y que tengan una excelente tarde.